Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the first opportunity to award money for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. This is an exciting day. And for many of you who have been working on this program for quite some time, 5 years since the rules were adopted.
6 years.
6 years?
We started legislative work.
Okay. So 6 years since legislative work, 5 years since the rules were adopted, just about 1 year from the funding coming into the program. Funding came into the program during the 2022 short session. So thank you for everyone who has worked on this and added this piece to the OWEB portfolio for really important work that I think long-term has tremendous possibilities and the ability to help with some of the climate crisis and really acknowledge the importance of working lands across our landscape. For the record, I am Lisa Sharplow Hansen. I serve as the Executive Director at OWEB. I would be introducing Eric Williams, but Eric Williams has had to leave. He became ill last night and was not feeling well at all. He may join us virtually. So we'll work through that. I'll let the rest of the staff introduce themselves in a moment. But I also want to thank people that aren't here. There's a whole series of people in terms of as we've moved this program forward and getting to this point today of being able to make a recommendation to the OWEB board. We had a really strong technical review team that went through all of the applications, people that went and did site visits to see the operations and get a better understanding of those. Our staff that worked very hard to put together the packets and pull together the evaluations with the information that came in from the technical review team, as well as many of you who have supported the program and brought it to fruition. So, thank you for all of that. It's really, really important work and much appreciated and exciting. I'm also going to say, because Eric left, Eric had a bigger portion of this planned and scripted for him, and the script wasn't left with me. So I'm wearing the t-shirt, patience and grace, patience and grace. We're going to get through today and learn from the process today, learn from the process that we've been through over the last year, especially last 9 months. There have been some bumps in the road along the way. I think we've all learned some things. We've already, as staff, started thinking about how to realign things. I know it was in the public comment with a request, can we get together and realign things? We need to do that post this meeting. And I think that the co-chairs have talked about that as well as a step forward. Let's get through today, take what we've learned, and I'll come back together and make the next offering even better. It's also coincidental that there's a legislative hearing today on additional funding for the program going forward. So it's a monumentous day in so many ways. So with that, co-chair, I would ask you to ask for introductions and an icebreaker.
Okay.
An icebreaker for the board members. So why is Ag Heritage important to you, and what brought you to the point of serving on the commission?
And why don't we start with Nathan?
I guess we need to have the mics for recording. So Nathan Jackson, I've served on the commission since the beginning of the commission, and I think we would be remiss if we also didn't recognize those commissioners that were serving with us at the beginning that have since termed out and went through the work and didn't get to the fun part. Yeah, serving on the Ag Heritage Commission is important to me. As a tribal member in Oregon, with ties and as past president of the Oregon Cattlemen's Association, understanding that working lands and conservation and protecting those lands for the future and for the future of the agricultural economy in Oregon is vitally important. And that's the work that we are here to help support.
I don't think you said your name was Nathan Jackson, so
It
I
is
want to
Nathan
make
Jackson.
sure
Thank
that
you.
it's on the
Thank
record.
you very much, Mr. Chair.
Lois,
Okay, my name is Lois Loop, so that Doug doesn't have to reintroduce me. I was appointed by the Board of Ag. My expertise, if you want to call it that, is in water quality because I worked for USDA for 30 years, handling many of the conservation projects that the federal government implemented. This is important to me also as a member of a multi-generational farm in the middle of the threat of fragmentation and housing. We only live 8 miles from the city of Salem, and the pressure is amazing as far as land values, etc. This program is exceedingly important to make sure that those of us who have lived the farming life for the reason of providing food and shelter for our population have the land to do that on. And so when I was appointed to this commission, I was thrilled because we have seen from our front door the fragmentation of good ag ground and ended up being built on. So I am very excited that we're at the end of this particular session and starting a new one, because when we first started doing the rules, we really had very little to go on. And wonderful people that I work with on the commission and still do. We've done what we could to the best of our ability, and are excited to see the funding obligated, and also to look at the future and things that we might need to tweak. So I have appreciated the experience and look forward to the future.
Good morning. My name is Simon Gima. I represent OAHC Extension in this commission, but my title is Extension Agricultural Program Leader. So I oversee all our faculty and staff who work in Extension across the state. Working in this commission is very important to myself and to Extension, because in the last 10 years, and especially in the last 5 years, since we started here, we have seen a crisis around the world requiring agriculture to come up and provide food and fiber for many people. During the pandemic, you saw how much our infrastructure kind of shattered. And it required us as farmers and ranchers to produce food for so many people. And we saw the gaps we have. This commission helps in part prepare and preserve those lands that can continue to feed ourselves and our future generations. So I value this very much, and I appreciate that this commission, together with the legislature and the people of Oregon, are ready to support it. Thank you.
My name is Woody Wolf. I was appointed to represent the farm and ranch aspect, one of several commissioners in that avenue. And I'm a 6th generation farmer rancher from Northeast Oregon. And this work and this commission is very important to me. I personally put 2 easements on my property where the largest barrier to entry was funding, where NRCS at the time required a 50% match, and the landowner could only donate half of that. So it took 14 years to put on 2 fairly small easements, and in an industry where you need to continually be growing in order to maintain a competitive business, it's ever more challenging to create a retirement for the current generation and an economic structure that the next generation can afford. And I see this program as a way to facilitate that in part.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Taylor, and I am one of the Fish and Wildlife Commission appointees to the commission here. And I live in Southeast Portland, not far from that big farm out there on 47th Street. Where my colleague Laura Masterson is food for the world. But I'm a wildlife person and spent about 30 years working on biodiversity and bird habitat conservation across Oregon, and got to see a lot of Oregon. And it becomes pretty clear as you wander around that from a wildlife standpoint, private lands are really important, and we aren't ever going to be successful in doing wildlife conservation on private lands unless we find ways to do it that work for the private landowners who we depend upon to manage and maintain habitat values out there. So that was really one of the exciting things about the Ag Heritage Program, is that we finally start to provide some support for people like Woody. 14 years. It was a painful process, I think. And I think really that's our hope here, is that we can make it easier for the next cohort of people who really want to take those important steps for the long-term future of their land.
And I'm Doug Kramer. I'm a blueberry farmer from St. Paul, also appointed by the Board of Ag. Farm in 3 counties, so I get around a little bit and see what's going on. This commission is important to me because I've worked in the land use arena since the late 1970s and had a lot of heartburn on watching great farmland in Washington County disappear, which is where I started farming, and ended up moving out of Washington County because the opportunities for agriculture there are becoming smaller and smaller. So I think a program like this is what it's going to take to start making a dent in keeping farmland working and important in Oregon.
And I'm Nancy Duncrack. I'm relatively new to the commission, and I first want to thank all those commissioners that put the rules together before I joined. It's a tremendous piece of work, and it was great to have it all done before I joined the commission. I'm the DLCD representative, and that's for someone with some expertise in conservation easements. So what I do is run a pro bono legal program for the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts that provides legal services in putting together conservation easements for our land trusts and SWCD members. And so in that role, I sometimes put on workshops around the state for landowners that are interested in putting conservation easements on their property. And I always talk about it as a means of ensuring the perpetuation of farmland into the future, preventing fragmentation, helping with estate planning and all. And for years, the question has always been, well, where's the money? And so I'm really excited about this program because now we have some money.
Good morning, I'm Ed Contreras. This is my first meeting. I just started my term with this commission, and I was appointed by the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife Commission. And so my background is in fish and wildlife, and I've been really lucky to build my career, if you can call it that, because it's probably a lot shorter than most people here in this commission, but build my career around habitat conservation on farms and ranches. And it's really been a passion of mine. I've been in Oregon for only about 5 years, but I've lived my whole life in the West and lived across different Western states. And for me, working lands are really the canvas that sustain rural communities, and that we can maintain functional and diverse ecosystems on. And so that's why working lands are important to me.
Good morning. My name is Russ Hopelick. I'm the OWEB representative with a focus on natural resources. And before I get started, I just want to thank the group. I'm truly humbled by the extraordinary body of foundational work that you put together to be able to get to the point where we're at today, to be able to make some really exciting decisions on the future of the program. My history goes back, I'll date myself. I started in conservation with the Nature Conservancy in 1978, came to Oregon after a stint, my first endeavor in New York with the Nature Conservancy, but in '86 moved to Oregon, lived on a farm in Helvetia for 25 years, saw the connection and struggles in Washington County and the losses and the importance of that fertile soil. But in my professional job as the Oregon director of the Nature Conservancy and then national vice president, I got to see the context and opportunities and needs for the greater challenges and trying to find resources to be able to help build programs. And with coalitions similar to this, help to establish the OWEB program and the funding streams through Measure 66 and then 76 to help build those programs. And I think we are at what excites me about this program, and it gets to what Sam was saying, being able to travel around the world to help and support in my professional job, conservation work around the world. I saw the values of the agricultural ground and the diversity of the agricultural ground in our own state here in Oregon. And we will have greater pressures, social obligations, moral obligations to be able to use that land in the best way possible to be able to feed the planet. And we need conservation programs in place. But I do think we're at the cusp of, it is nice to see the first $5+ million appropriation and discussions hopefully today about increasing it to 10. But I believe we are at an opportune point in time where if united and successful as a program, we can build a force between the natural resource community and the agricultural community to come up with a permanent funding stream to be able to ensure the vitality of these critical lands out into the future. So I hope that with the foundation that you have built, we could get to a different place. So it's very personal for me to be able to help and support the continued growth of this program and get success on it.
Thank you, Russ. Laura, you want to go ahead?
Hi, my name's Laura Masterson. I'm the owner of the 47th Avenue Farm. And I'll just start by saying I'm just so sorry I can't be there in person with you all. I look forward to meeting you or in person at our next meeting. I was appointed to the commission by the Department of Agriculture. I have been farming organic vegetables since 1996. I spent 2 terms on the ODA board and was also an OWEB liaison from the ODA board for a few years during that time, and have appreciated and participated in the starting of this program from the very beginning. I have spent almost 20 years on the East Multnomah SWCD board, and we started in 2008 with a small fund, thinking that it would just take a few years to get some easements established in Oregon. Obviously, that it's taken a little longer than that, but it is so exciting to be here at this moment with funding, with the first round of grants. And I think my appreciation or for the need for a program like this came first from just my experience as a small farmer. I did start, as Bruce mentioned, in Southeast Portland, but quickly went to farming lots of different parcels around the urban fringe. and saw the threat, the challenges. Like many people, I thought we have land use planning in Oregon and that's good enough. But obviously we're all here because adding some more tools like easements to the toolbox is really what's going to get us better and more long-term protection for this incredibly valuable resource of farmland across the state. So happy to be here.
Thank you, Laura. Yeah. Chad Allen is the only one we haven't.
Barbara.
Oh, okay. Is Barbara on? There's Barbara.
We're not hearing.
Muted.
Can
Still
staff-
can't hear you, Barbara.
Is it possible for staff to unmute Barbara?
You like Nicole?
I can only ask her to unmute.
So Barbara has to unmute herself on this platform. Nicole can only ask.
I'm going to, yeah, yes, here's Barbara.
Sorry, everybody. Laura and I are in the same location, just in different rooms. So I'm sorry I'm not there with you today. I decided not to travel with my tablet or my computer because I didn't want the responsibility. So I'm trying to use my cell phone. So I'm wondering if Nicole is not identifying my cell phone number. So that's okay. But so I sit here today. How do I sit here today as your OWEB non-voting representative? I co-chair the OWEB board. I'm a farmer out of Yamhill County. And I sit on the Yamhill Saltwater Conservation District Board, and we were instrumental in changing the law in 2002 so conservation districts could hold easements. And we now hold conservation easements on about 1,000 acres in Yamhill County. I also see the threats of agriculture on the many different levels of boards that I sit on. And the most recent one I sit on is LCDC. So I'm really seeing the threats from many different angles on working lands in Oregon. So I'm really pleased to be here and listen to all your deliberations today. I will do my best to deliver that message to the full board on April 25th or 26th. I'm not sure the agenda yet, but thank you all for your time. And I look forward to listening and learning from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody know if Chad Allen's going to be available?
He's going to try to come at certain times during the day, but
Okay.
that's pending his work schedule.
Okay. We'll move to staff and then the rest of the audience. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm Taylor Larson. I'm the coordinator for the Ag Heritage Program and just feel really blessed to be here at this moment in time. Stepped into this position back in June and have been working to stand up this grant program and interpret all the great thinking that had been done back in, the early days of 2017, 2018, 2019. And just feel really blessed to have a commission as experienced and willing to collaborate as we do. I think it's really, we're in a unique position here to be able to do some really important big work. And it's work that's always been really important to me. I also have been for the past decade farming with my family outside the Eugene Springfield area, and definitely understand the challenges associated with not only moving from one generation to the next, but also just trying to pull your head out of the dirt and think long term. And so it's just really awesome that we, as a commission here and as a program, are bringing tools to the table to really facilitate that
that long-term strategic thinking that is going to set people up for success in the long run. So just want to give a big thanks to everybody who's been supporting us along the way.
I'm Robin Meacher. I'm the conservation easement specialist for the Ag Heritage Program. And since we're at time, I'll keep my introduction brief, but it's great to finally see the commission together in person and look forward to deliberations today.
Okay, Nellie, you wanna?
Sure. Hi, everybody. Nellie McAdams. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all and to hear why you're at the table. I share many common values with you, and I share your excitement about being at this stage of the process. So thank you. Ellie Beamer, Friendly Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. Yes, we have done it. Wonderful, and also just like what a special place to have a meeting and be back together.
It's worth noting that those are two of the founding mothers of this.
Tyson Kendrick, I'm also with the Coalition of Oregon Land. It's great to be here and see you all today. And having come in on the tail end of this process, just really grateful for all the work that got us to where we are now.
They don't have a microphone, but Nicole Bettinardi has supported this program through its development and is the coordination and the gears in terms of putting this meeting together for us. And so thank you, Nicole. And we also have Reagan, who's taking care of the sound and video and mics for us. So thank you for your work.
Okay, so I think we got introductions done, and so I'm going to turn it over to Bruce.
The first action item of the new era when the Agricultural Heritage Commission has money to spend. And what is it? Approval of the minutes of the, August 2022 meeting. I'm assuming everyone thoroughly reviewed the minutes. Are there any corrections, amendments, questions, or discussion?
I move to approve.
Thank you, Lois. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Doug, I think I will turn it back over to you.
Boy, that was quick. Okay.
It's to me, Doug.
Yep, there you go. Thank you.
I'm just going to give an overview of the agenda. I think we're all pretty familiar with it, but for folks tuning in and so we're all on the same page. After this, we're going to take public comment. We have some folks calling in to give it over the phone. We have some folks here in person. And so we'll just kind of run through the list that we have. And that'll take us right up to our break. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to come back and move into item E, which is the conservation easement grant funding recommendation that we're going to be looking for from the commission. So we'll present a staff report, kind of summarizing the process, and then turn it over to the commission to deliberate and hopefully get to a funding recommendation to go to the board. Then we'll take lunch. And then we'll come back and we'll do a similar process for the conservation management plan grants that we had as well. There are two of those we'll be working through. And then we'll roll into a presentation from the folks at Highland Economics. They're going to be giving the commission an update on the work they've been doing to develop a methodology for how we go about paying for the implementation of these conservation management plans in the future. So that's pretty exciting. There'll be a chance to ask questions, Barbara and Travis, and give them some feedback and provide a little direction to the future of that work, because it is ongoing and quite expansive. Then we'll take another break, and then we'll be back. We'll have Jeff Reamer joining us from OSU to give us an update on their process for developing a succession planning program. And we'll kind of do some context setting there, and then we'll move into what the year ahead could look like pending funding. And so there will hopefully set a suite of dates for future commission meetings, we'll set a planned solicitation schedule for our 4 grant programs. And we'll potentially explore setting up some advisory committees. So I'll leave that to Doug and Bruce to kind of facilitate that discussion. But yeah, and then if there's any other business that comes up sort of during the meeting and we have time, we can put it in the parking lot here at 3:45 for other business. So let's just make sure to capture that if there's anything that's not sort of here on the agenda, and we can dive into that at the end. And then we'll get out of here by 4:15. We keep to time. So that's the agenda. And with that, I think I will turn it back to Bruce, who's going to facilitate public comment.
Okay, I'm assuming we do have people who may have signed up to provide public comment. And the plan is that we will ask you to limit your comments to 3 minutes or so. And if you start to go over 3 minutes, Doug will bring down the heavy hammer of the chair. Don't even want to think about what that might be. Looks like at this point we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 people signed up here. And I'm thinking we have at least several here on calling in or remotely. Is Jan Lee?
Bruce, just a clarifying question from a protocol perspective. Could we, as board members, ask clarifying questions outside of those 3 limits?
Yes, I would hope we could keep them short.
I'm here.
Thank you, Jan. We are ready for you when you want to launch in. And Russ, in answer to your question, yes, I think we should, if there are important questions, we can ask those. Let's try to keep it concise.
Clarifying questions are fine. We just can't get into deliberation or a back and forth, please.
Go ahead, Jan.
Okay. Commission members, I'm Jan Lee, Executive Director of the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts. And I apologize, I'm not there today. Had a medical thing come up, so I have to call in. But OACD represents the 45 soil and water districts, special districts, local governments that provide technical services to protect and enhance soil and water quality and habitat. And we are totally voluntary in our conservation work with our partners and private landowners and managers. We strongly support the work that you do and additional work that this commission could do if the legislature passes House Bill 3366 funding. Our member conservation districts are authorized by statute to hold conservation easements, as you heard Barbara say, and several of our member districts actively support easement programs. We work closely with the Oregon Agriculture Trust and with COLT in pursuing these programs. Another important part of the OHP program is the conservation management plans that you'll talk about today. With the funding of House Bill 3366, we will be able to add more conservation management plans as an effective tool within the program. So I look forward to hearing from the consultant later today about moving into implementation funding of management plans when those funds become available. Another important part of the program is succession planning, critical to protect lands from development due to our aging agriculture producers. A number of our conservation districts in the Willamette Valley have worked with community colleges to develop a curriculum and holding workshops on succession planning with people around the region. Having that training is produced on a statewide scale under this program would be really advantageous. Agriculture practices that support carbon sequestration work can also be funded through OHP as part of the conservation management program. This part of the OAHP fund is an important tool to move forward for further conservation on our working lands with a climate focus. And we as conservation districts look forward to working with your commission to support these strong programs to assist in protecting our working lands from development while we afford more conservation opportunities. Thank you all for your good work and for this opportunity.
Thank you, Jan. And worth noting again, another one of the founding mothers. There actually were men involved in this whole campaign here. It just so happens that a lot of the leadership.
We're not near as important as they are.
So in keeping with that and partly looking at what people are talking about in broader terms, we'll go from broader to more narrow. So Kelly, if you, Beamer, if you would like to speak next.
Great. Good morning, commissioners. For the record, my name is Kelly Beamer. I'm the executive director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts and represent 32 organizations throughout Oregon that work to protect fish and wildlife habitat, clean water, open space, and working lands. It is indeed a momentous day that we are here together. Personally, when I started COLT 10 years ago, I recognized right away as a community, we didn't have a dedicated source of funding to protect our agricultural land. And because of that, we were missing out on really important federal funding programs like the NRCS ASAP AL program, which funds the protection of our working lands. And here we are today celebrating, as said in the opening comments, funding opportunity. So our community is just grateful and we're here by your side to celebrate and to move this forward. I submitted some written comments, but I just want to speak to you today about 3 components relating to the application process. The first one was just relating to the technical nature of the projects that were submitted. You had before you a list of 7. In my opinion, it's a tragedy that there weren't 9. There were 2 projects that were ready to go that were not able to be submitted through the technical portal because of a file name and because of the nature of the rural broadband connection that one of the members had. So the project was completely ready, had secured the federal match. And I understand the agency's perspective of equity around submitting, but I do want to note that this project, there are in fact 9 ready projects in the pipeline, and would ask the commission to consider a little bit more flexibility with those extenuating circumstances. The second one is relating to public meetings. Conservation easements are a private property landowner decision. It's a personal business action, just like purchasing, selling timber rights or mineral rights. It's selling development rights. And we believe that because of that private property tool is how we're able to work across private lands to protect all these public values. And the requirement to have a public meeting for conservation easements, especially that we've discovered under ORS 271.735, it is not required if it is a private entity like a land trust holding the easement. So I would just ask going forward in the process that we do not ask our members and landowners to hold public meetings in their community, which could change the dynamics of their willingness to do projects. And lastly, in terms of technical points, I want to just speak about the management plan. There's a real best practices around management plans following conservation easements. They are the on the ground, day-to-day, how you manage for the intent and the public values that are protected in the easement. Those shouldn't be required to be in the easement. Projects were dinged because they didn't have management plans. And, you know, this program would fund them, but it's a sequential thing. Let's do the easement first and let's develop the management plan second. And lastly, I just want to say on the funding recommendations, we are working hard with a broad coalition on HB 3366, easy to remember. This is asking the state again to dedicate $10.8 million to the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. And I think the funding decisions we make today hopefully have the opportunity to build broad support and cheerleaders across Oregon, because we're continuing to build this coalition with elected leaders, community leaders, and champions across this magnificent state, from the coast to the east side, through all the diversity of agriculture we have. So thank you for the opportunity to comment, and look forward to being here today.
Thank you, Kelly, and I apologize for my alarm. I now notice that somebody is actually controlling the timer. So for speakers who are sitting there, when the light goes from green to red, that's your signal.
I have a clarifying question. Thank you for the written comments and for you to reinforce the potential that there could have been a broader group of individuals. I was troubled when I read that, because I think that one of the key principles of the program is, as you said, patience and grace, at least up today. But I also think that there's a presumption of best intent, and recognizing from a DEI perspective that we have people that are perhaps, you look at the average age of a farmer, rancher, forester who may be applying for this program, they may not have the sophistication or capacity to be able to meet the technical details of a project. And I hope that we would set as a commitment, a flexibility to be able to adapt. And was there a opportunity to be able to adapt to allow those projects to move forward, or was it? I can't imagine that there's a rule that denies us of that DEI related goal. But what happened?
From my understanding, an applicant had a file that was misnamed and wouldn't be allowed. Robin was on the front lines and I think took our calls, but essentially it wasn't aligning with the file, that the name of the file that was in the portal. And so it was not uploading the whole application. And the time came and went that the 5 p.m. on the deadline of applications occurred while this error was happening. So those projects were not brought into the applicant pool.
I hope as a commission that we could find flexibility to recognize the limitations of partners in the future and to be able to, again, speak to certain core values of our commission and the program to be able to advance the projects as they intend to get them in front of us. But thank you for addressing that point. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly. Just for a heads up, there another one here that's not project specific here. I'm going to ask Megan Kemple to speak next. But for those who want to be prepared, after that, it'd be Nellie McAdams, Scott Fogarty, Ann Velisis, and Rika Ayati. So,
Hey, this is Megan Kemple. Should
Megan,
I go
are
ahead?
you ready? Yes, please.
I am. Great, thank you. Oregon Ag Heritage Commissioners, I submitted written comment as well, a letter as well as an informational sheet about the soil health bill and the actual bill language for you there. I want to keep you informed about pending legislation in the 2023 legislature, which includes funding and direction to OWEB for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program. The House Bill 2988-1, which is amended on Tuesday, had a vote, the Soil Health Bill, had a vote on Tuesday in the House Committee on Ag, Land Use, Natural Resources, and Water, and passed out of committee with a due pass recommendation headed to Ways and Means. We're really excited about that. Again, I've attached an info sheet about the bill, current version of I will actually send the current version of the bill. What I sent to you was the amendments, which are sometimes a little messy. And want you to know that the bill has strong support from the ag community and the majority of committee members. In fact, all committee members present supported unanimously for the bill to move on. The bill creates the Oregon Soil Health Initiative. The purpose of the initiative is to promote soil health in the state by advancing voluntary and incentive-based soil health strategies through activities that include, not limited to, providing technical assistance, outreach, education, financial incentives, or other resources, and also supporting research. The pieces that are most relevant to OAHP are the financial incentives and the technical assistance. There's a provision of the bill related to OWEB and OAHP in Section 2, subsection 4, which reads, OWEB shall provide grants under ORS 541984, which is the OAHP ORS, for the voluntary implementation of soil health practices, including the continuation or expansion of existing soil health practices and the transition to new soil health practices, and also to provide grants to SWCDs and other TA providers to increase their capacity to provide TA and equipment to ag producers to improve soil health. The appropriation for the soil health grants is $500,000, which is intended as a carve out for soil health grants through OAHP's Conservation Management Plan implementation grants. And the appropriation for the technical assistance grants is just under $500,000, which is intended to provide additional TA grants to support soil health through OAHP's technical assistance grants. I understand that the commission would be involved in implementation, and my understanding based on communication with OWEB staff early on in the process and then recently as today is that promoting soil health aligns very well with the existing OAHP Conservation Management Plan priorities, and that changes to OAHP administrative rules wouldn't be needed, with the possible exception of adding equipment as an allowable expense for the technical assistance grants. And I'll do my best to keep the commission informed about the status of the bill, and I think I'll send the amended version of the bill in the next week or so you've got that rather than just the amendments. And please let me know if you have any questions or concerns now or in the future.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions? Okay, thanks, Megan. Next up, Nellie McAdams.
Co-chairs Taylor and Kramer, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify. For the record, my name is Nellie McAdams, and I'm the Executive Director of Oregon Agricultural Trust. I just want to again state my excitement for you to finally be able to implement the rules that you put together many long years ago in Prineville. I'm very honored to be with you at this point of the program. I also want to express my deep gratitude to OWEB as an agency and to all of the staff who've made this happen. Taylor, Robin, Nicole, Eric, Lisa, you have put together a program from scratch in 4 months, and that is a tremendous feat, and it shows the expertise and the passion and how driven you are to make this the best program it can be, and I am grateful to you all for that. I submitted comments about our specific projects at Oregon Agricultural Trust. So that's the Sealy property, O'Keefe, and Farrell. So that just helps to provide a little clarity around the comments around our projects. And I did just want to provide a couple general items of feedback that appeared in multiple projects, just for the purpose of helping to create future iterations of the program that can address them. So in terms of the feedback and the application questions, sometimes we saw concerns that had not been included in the application questions, so we hadn't had a chance to address them. That included future water resiliency under climate change, or the demand in an area for working lands easements, or the potential isolation of a property from other agricultural lands. So that's just a matter of making sure that application questions and resulting feedback are in alignment. Kelly mentioned the easement management plans. I think that's just a matter of having conversations to understand how much detail needs to be in the application versus in the final management plan, which can be written afterwards. And then what's the distinction between a conservation management plan in all caps that's a separate grant program versus the easement management plan that's included in the application. There were some comments that the ranch parcels might be too small to be viable. I think it's important to realize that many farms and ranches rely on multiple properties, and that many of them go in multiple phases, like Woody's went in 2 phases. And ranches also have allotments which expand their acreage. And so taking into account the full farm ecosystem is important. And then for oat stewardship obligations, there were concerns that we would go from 0 acres to hundreds or thousands. I'm proud to announce that we just closed on our first easement. And so we will have that stewardship obligation, but our staff have over 30 years of experience, and we have a large stewardship fund. So I personally am not concerned about our ability to steward. And then finally, there was a question about NRCS minimum deed terms that were included as attachments. That is a requirement for us as an agency that has received NRCS ASAP AIL dollars. They require that we include those minimum deed attachments so that we don't have to go back and negotiate. So basically, thank you again. We're always happy to help and be part of the process going forward. And I look forward to your meeting today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nellie. Any questions for Nellie? You can now walk away.
Okay.
Next up on the phone or the internet, Scott Fogarty. Are you on there, Scott? Thumbs up.
Yes, he is.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
ahead,
great.
Scott.
Thank you. Thanks. Yes, I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today in front of the Oregon Ag Heritage Commissioners, and we are really excited about this opportunity that we have, and we really appreciate OWEB, and many thanks to OWEB for having this program available. I am the executive director with the Wild Rivers Land Trust, and we have an application in for the Wall Ranch in Southern Oregon along the coast. We would urge you to support this application as this site is a multi-generational farm that is very unique to Oregon and to the southern coast. It sits on a bluff overlooking the Elk River, which is a coho salmon spawning river, right along the beach south of Cape Blanco and north of Port Orford. It is really what we consider the heart of the Dark Coast, and the Wild Rivers Land Trust has been working with the Wall family for several years to secure a conservation easement on this property. I was really pleased to hear, excuse me, the previous person talk about soil health, because one of the things that strikes us the most about the Wall Ranch is they have taken unilateral measures to keep and improve the soil health of this ranch. They are using family practices in the riparian and wetland areas that are very unique for grazing. They've reduced their land size for grazing, but they've increased their production, which I think is a really great testament to the types of activities that they're doing there. And those can be replicated in other ranches, both along the coast and potentially inland as well. And so one other thing I would like to add is that we do already have secured matching funding for this from the federal government, up to $5 million. And so we see this as a fantastic opportunity to have a conservation easement on the centerpiece of the activities that we're doing with ranches in the area, which are under pressure from development, as many of you know. So thank you again so very much for having this meeting, for providing these funds. We are in support of going forward with funding for the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Russell.
Clarifying question. Hello, Scott. It's nice to hear your voice. It's been a long time. Congratulations on getting a $5 million NRCS match for this project. I'm curious how much money needs to be raised to secure that match.
It's a one-to-one match to whatever we're able to raise, if I'm understanding your question correctly.
So in order to get the 5 million, you need 5 million. And
that's correct. Yes. Yes. So whatever we're able to raise will be matched up to that amount.
Question. Didn't the NRCS at one point in time, the landowner was able to donate 25%, and then I think they dropped that requirement in its entirety. Is that correct, or am I inaccurate there?
That I could not answer. I'm 8 months in, and so I wasn't part of the original application. But I can send you a written answer to that if you'd like.
With respect to the question about NRCS landowner match on bail, the landowner can match the full, there's no limit anymore. It was a 25% cap.
Right.
Now the landowner can donate the other 50%, that one-to-one.
Okay, so to secure that funding, I mean, so if what I believed, I think was just confirmed, if it's accurate, that it means less money to the landowner, but if they can donate as much of that match as they would like. So, okay, thank you.
And then again,
Thank
further
you.
clarification, private money being raised outside can also serve as a match to that money.
That's correct. Yeah.
Can I jump in real quick and just ask that you state your name when you're making comments for folks on the call? Thanks.
I can try to recognize commissioners and save them that. Any more questions? Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Next up, while she's getting ready, Ann Velisis. I have never met Ann, but I will tell you, for those of you interested in wetlands, I read her book about wetlands, I don't know, almost 30 years ago. It was still, I would say it's still the best thing I ever read about wetlands. And I see a fellow commissioner nodding. Ann?
Hello, good morning, Agricultural Heritage Committee members, and thank you for that stellar introduction. I'm honored to know somebody has read one of my books from many years ago. And I'm calling in today because I'm speaking with a different hat on, not as an author, but on behalf of the Kalmiopsis Audubon Society. I'm president of that group, which has 400 members in Curry County who support conservation of habitat for birds, fish, and wildlife. And we strongly support the Wild Rivers Land Trust effort to secure a conservation easement for the Wall Ranch, and we urge you to recommend this worthy project for full funding. I just have to tell you, the Wall Families Ranch exemplifies the benefits of integrating conservation and agriculture to achieve both significantly increased and more sustainable ag production, as well as improved habitat. And I'm going to focus my brief comments on the habitat conservation part. The Wall Ranch is located at the mouth of the National Wild and Scenic Elk River, which is known for its beautiful crystal clear water, old growth forests, and salmon runs. And this context is very important to understand, because for more than 4 decades, our Audubon chapter, and along with other community members and organizations, have worked hard to protect the public lands in this extraordinary watershed, securing 2 wilderness areas plus wild and scenic designations for all the tributaries. And these public lands protections make the elk one of the most intact forested watersheds remaining on the coast. And a key goal all along has been to protect salmon. But of course, through time, it's become clear that to conserve our local fish runs into the future, what we really need now is more conservation of the private working lands in the lower rivers estuary, where both threatened Sonk coho, Southern Oregon, Northern California coast coho, and Chinook need rearing habitat to complete their life cycles. The Wall Ranch has 2 tributaries that feed into the estuary that the family has been restoring to provide that critical off-channel rearing habitat for coho in the winter and the cold water for Chinook in the summer months. And so the Wall Ranch is really a key component, and they are key participants in this larger landscape scale ecosystem restoration and salmon conservation effort. I'll just mention that the fenced and restored riparian areas and wetlands on this ranch also provide habitat for water birds and wildlife. And the working pastures also afford habitat for many species of grassland birds, including some that breed on the ranch and others that come for wintering. I don't think it's widely known, but thousands of grassland birds come to our South Coast ranches each winter. I was blown away to see hundreds of meadowlarks out there at one time. I'd never seen such flocks, large flocks in my life. So this is another key habitat value that connects to larger conservation with this ranch. As Scott mentioned, ranch lands in our region are now coming under heavy pressure to convert away from traditional agriculture towards golf courses and tourist designations or kind of trophy homes development. And these pressures will only grow, which is why we so appreciate the Wall family's forward-looking approach to conserving their productive agricultural land with its significant conservation values for future generations. And it's just so critically important. So anyway, we think the Wild Rivers Land Trust is a capable partner in this project, and we urge you to support full funding. Thank you all so much for your public service in conserving Oregon's farmlands for the future.
Thank you, Ann. Any questions? Okay. Next up is Rika Ayati, and I apologize if I didn't get the pronunciation. You can introduce yourself. Rika, are you on the line?
Good morning, Commissioners. Apologies for the delay there. My name is Rika Ayat, and I am the Executive Director for Deschutes Land Trust. And I really appreciate the opportunity to make comments to you all today. Firstly, I'd like to thank the full Commission and OWEB staff and board for the time, energy, and care that you have put forth to lead the implementation of the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, and your passion for this incredibly important work is clear. And we in the conservation community are so grateful for your leadership. The importance of the Commission's funding recommendation today cannot be overstated. As the inaugural grant offering for the OAHP, it's imperative for the Commission and OWEB staff and board to illustrate the broad geographic, ecological, and agricultural outcomes possible with funding from this program. Protecting intact farm, ranches, and forest lands is a core focus for us at the Deschutes Land Trust. We believe these working landscapes enhance rural communities and community resilience and provide vital habitat needed for fish and wildlife. Many of the landowners in this grant offering, including our landowners, have waited literally decades to fund their proposed easements. And because the future of the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program and funding for it is not a guarantee, this could be the one opportunity the Commission has to demonstrate the broad potential of this program. The Deschutes Land Trust urges the Commission to explore all funding scenarios available to them, including potentially partially funding projects to extend the value of the grant offering. In closing, I and our organization thank you again for all of your work to advance this important effort, which preserves Oregon's important agricultural legacy, protects fish and wildlife, and strengthens our communities across the state. I'll mention that we at the Deschutes Land Trust also submitted written comments, more specifically diving into our two proposals up for consideration. But in general, we are so appreciative for all of the work that you have put into this program and so grateful for the opportunity to speak to you today.
Thank you. Yes, Russell Hoflick.
Thank you, Russ Hoflick here. Thank you for your comments. I did notice in my review of this application, the applications from the Deschutes Basin, as well as comments and some of the others, that there was a distinction in the staff review about whether the organizations had within their mission statement that were going to be holding the easement, that they actually had working lands in their title or mission statement. Is that codified in rule? Could you give us clarity as we make these decisions?
I'm sure someone on the staff could do that.
Yeah, it's in part of the evaluation criteria.
Taylor license. Yes, it's part of the evaluation criteria, which is in rule.
So the mission statement of the deed holding entity has to include.
I don't know that it's a go, no go. It is one of the evaluation criteria. It's not a.
Yeah, it's criteria 5. You have it in front of you, 5B. So the inclusion of working land preservation in the organization's mission, vision, or other organizational documents.
And if they're using NRCS money, also a requirement for that money as well.
So I don't think it's a threshold requirement. It is clearly one of the considerations in assessing organizational capacity.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Any other questions or discussion from the commission? Commissioner Wolf?
I did have a question. Can we get Scott back? Do we have time?
Bruce is the chair.
Scott?
You have time though.
Hey, yes, Scott Fogarty, are you still on the line? And if
Yes,
you are,
hi.
okay.
Okay, so I had made the comment that the NRCS only required 50% match, but one thing that should be on the record, if you're willing to answer the question, is entity or family structure can have a decision that they may or may not sell the easement for less than appraised value. Are you willing to share that information with us, or is that something you would rather not?
Could you repeat that again?
Does the family or entity owning structure have an aversion to selling the easement at a reduced price, or has it been determined that at less than appraised value, they would pass?
That has not been determined yet, as far as I understand. That
Okay.
conversation is going on with, I believe, the Conservation Fund.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I had one question actually. for
Nancy.
Scott. So the $10 million price tag was a wow price tag. And I know that NRCS has already committed $5 million. And what was that $10 million figure based on? What kind of appraisal has been done on the property?
We will be conducting an appraisal coming up in this coming year. But I don't think one had been done yet, and I would have to go back and look at my notes. And I could check on that and respond back today if there's time.
Okay. So for those that on the commission that are familiar with ASAP-L, how does NRCS look? How did they come up with that number?
And I'm wondering whether we should reserve this for
Okay.
the project discussions.
Fine.
If you're okay with that, Nancy, and Scott, will you be monitoring the broadcast?
I will, yes.
Later this morning. So if there
Yes.
are questions for you, we could.
And I could,
address-
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I can do a little research and reply to that, if that's amenable to folks.
I'm sorry, I was distracted.
No problem. I was just saying that I could do some research into that and then respond later this morning if that's.
That would be great.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Scott.
And one technical thing real quick. How would I do that? Do I recall in? You could send.
Yeah, we can just leave you in, or you can call back in using the same method you used to give public comment just now.
Okay, great. But how do I let you know that I'll just be sitting there and you'll just ask, I assume?
We can see your name up there. We know you're there.
Oh, okay. Oh, fantastic. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, and just for the record, I've been reminded that we should note that we have substantial written public comments, 97 pages or something like that, including from a number of the people who've testified today, but that is all part of the record and commissioners have had the opportunity to review that. Anything else? I'll pass it back to the chair, Doug.
I think we're going to take a break at this point in time. We might, oh boy, we're only 2 minutes early. Look at that. So the good news is we're on time. So we'll reconvene at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you everyone for coming back and getting us started on time. I do appreciate that. We are getting to the funner part of what we get to do. And so I want to introduce Robin again because she is going to go through all of our conservation easement projects. And as she goes through those, if you have a specific question on a application, I will entertain it at the end of her presentation on that project. If I believe that your question is getting starting to get to the discussion phase of what we need to talk about rather than a specific question on the application, then I'm going to let you know and we're going to move on. So don't take it personal. Or you can't. Oh. Chad, I understand you're with us now?
Was muted.
It's showing up on the list.
Oh, he's on the panels.
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Robin, I'm gonna let you take it away.
So if I
Go
may,
ahead.
Chair Kramer, I'm going to do just a little bit of setup for the staff. And this was the piece that Eric Williams had planned to do. So just a reminder that we received the applications. The applications were written we received the applications, answers were to the application questions. Staff, expert evaluators reviewed those against the criteria and the rules. And so they had the criteria and rules to look at and the answers or information that was provided to them. So there may be questions that have come up after we may or may not have had that information in the process because of how and what was provided in the application. So I want to make sure that we stay centered as we think about it too, that we had a set of criteria that the commission previously created in a set of rules created for how to work through this process. And I think staff and the expert reviewers have done the best they can in terms of trying to respond to what we had. And I think, again, after today, we can take what we've learned and things that we might have not included previously and think about how we do things or modify them going forward in maybe a little different way.
Thank you, Lisa. Starting off, we'll do a brief introduction to the process that we used for evaluating the program. I'm going to kind of skip through some of these things because we've touched, but do just want to, my name's Robin Meacher, for the record. And then just to clarify, Doug, I think the process for this was after each presentation of each application. We'll stop for a second after each for clarifying, right? So I'll let you kind of manage that as we go through.
Yes.
Thank you. I do want to just kind of touch on everyone, ground us in the purpose of OAHP easements. We're a dual purpose program, protect and preserve farm and ranch lands for continued agricultural purposes and maintain or enhance fish or wildlife habitat, water quality, and other natural resource values on the land. Just ground us in that. As Lisa mentioned, we have a set of evaluation criteria to review all applications with. And so in front of you is kind of a nice broken down version of that. You also, as commissioners, have the full evaluation criteria and this diagram for you to kind of consider as we go through this process. But this is essentially what staff used to produce the evaluation criteria. We utilized technical experts to evaluate the agricultural and natural resource values and outcomes of the proposed projects as defined in the application evaluation criteria in our rules. Review focused on the property and its specific resources, looking beyond the current land manager and operation. The OAHP rules also require that applications be considered complete as submitted. Reviewers can request clarifying information from the applicant during the evaluation process, but additional new information will not be accepted after the application deadline. Reviewers and staff are then tasked with evaluating applications based on the information provided and to balance that which could be considered new information with any needs for clarification. As Lisa also touched on, each application was reviewed by a team of experts with specific knowledge of the type of working land and natural resource values described in the application, as well as statewide experts in land use and soil science. All applicants were provided an opportunity to host site visits for their project review teams. And then at the end of all of this, a team consisting of staff, OWEB's due diligence contractor, and the Oregon Department of Justice conducted project soundness reviews. The reviews included identifying transaction soundness concerns and the risk associated with those concerns. And then organizational capacity was also evaluated by OWEB's due diligence contractor and OWEB staff. Also want to touch on our public involvement. Application review included a public engagement process that's soliciting public comment by interested parties per administrative rule. Staff provided governing bodies of cities and counties with jurisdiction in the area of the proposed easement transaction, as well as affected governmental agencies and tribes with written notice of the commission's intent to consider written and oral comments provided at the meeting where applications are considered. Applicants were encouraged to provide a list of interested parties to receive notice beyond those that are required by rule. Now to the fun part. So for our applications for the 2022 solicitation, we had $5,489,817 of total Oregon agricultural heritage funds were requested in the process. 7 applications were submitted by 4 applicants, 7 projects. So 7 applications, 7 are recommended for funding with conditions. And then 1, as you'll see, is above the funding line. This is just a quick geographical representation of where our applications came in from. You can see that there was broad interest across the state geographically as represented by the applications that came in this round. The table presented on the slide is a summary of the applications received, the dollars requested, and then again, the funding available and where that falls, and is also a representation of the rank order provided by staff. So again, all applications are recommended by staff for funding. To determine the ranking, staff categorize the extent the application met each primary evaluation criteria into a high, medium, or low. You'll see that in the evaluations that are included in your packet. A high mark was given if the application presented clearly articulated strengths related to the criteria and the concerns raised in review regarding the criteria were minimal. A low mark was given if the application lacked sufficient detail to facilitate reviewer confidence in determining how the project addressed the evaluation criteria, or the project components were determined to address the criteria at a very basic level or not at all. Certain evaluation criteria, the high, medium, and low, we just want to point out that staff made a determination on evaluating that specifically regarding the evaluation criteria relating to the impacts on neighboring landowners. So that was scored based on the applicant's attempts to determine and address impacts rather than the impacts, any individual impacts identified. This approach was developed to address the response in multiple applications that the applicant did not do project-specific outreach and therefore no impacts were identified. Staff determined that these responses did not meet the intent of the evaluation criteria, and those applications that described project-specific outreach, even if specific potential impacts were not discussed, received a medium or high score, depending on the level of engagement described. So just wanted to provide that clarification as we go into each project. The high, medium, oh, yes.
It's a general question, and cut me off if I'm not. Your name. I'm Nancy Duncrack, and I'm bringing the mic closer to my face. Sorry. There's quite a disparity between the project at the top and the project at the bottom in terms of ranking, yet they're all recommended for funding. And I was just curious if there was like an internal cutoff. Would a project, how low would you have to go to not be recommended for funding? Just because there's this big difference between the top and the bottom.
Yeah, thanks for the question. There's nothing that's described in the evaluation criteria in our rules that gives us any sort of cutoff for that. So that's an evaluation based off of how well the project meets the intent of the program. So in our deliberations and our ranking, and based off of the application questions, how the application itself solicited information from the individuals or from the applicants, as staff, we determined that there were no projects that enough or red flags were raised to a level that they were not fundable in meeting the intent of the program.
Thank you.
So I think I will just move on from that. And then again, to Nancy's point, all projects here are recommended for funding. And this is the ranked order in which staff determined based off of technical review, how well the projects met the evaluation criteria. So now I'll just give a brief overview of each application and try my best to leave enough time for clarifying information on each. So first up is Wall Ranch. This is application number 223-7104-22600 and was submitted by Wild Rivers Land Trust. Wild Rivers Land Trust is requesting $4,008,000 in OWEB funds for the purchase of a 775-acre perpetual conservation easement on a property on the south coast north of Port Orford in Curry County. The property is a multi-generational sheep ranch, and the project proposes to protect the property for ongoing agricultural use and associated natural resource values of significant soil resources and fish and wildlife habitat. Property sits within a 20-mile stretch of scenic coastline consisting of 10 ranches owned by 8 families interspersed with public parks and natural areas. The project is a partnership between Wild Rivers Land Trust and the Conservation Fund. The Conservation Fund is described as the transaction manager for the project, bringing additional capacity. Technical reviewers determined that the property has regionally significant agricultural and natural resource values. The property contains about 1 mile of the Elk River, including the estuary, and 2 low gradient tributaries. These resources are important for coho salmon and migrating birds. Reviewers noted that the significance of the soil resources over a large acreage, the importance of the property and the operation to the agricultural economy of the region, and the importance of the fish and wildlife habitat within the ranch were clearly articulated and discussed throughout the application. The application describes a relatively straightforward approach to the conservation easement, prohibiting or restricting uses that conflict with the natural resource and agricultural values. While the applicant intends to use the OWEB provided template, reviewers noted that more detail on the specific reserved rights acceptable to the landowner and the land trust would have provided a better understanding regarding the specific interaction between flexibility and maintaining the resources. The application described significant restoration on the property supported by federal and state funding and described a trend of conversion in the area given the ongoing pressures on large oceanfront property on the southern Oregon coast. The application also clearly articulated attempts to understand the impacts of the covenant or easement on neighboring lands. The applicant describes an outreach conducted with neighbors and the general community to share the project and understand concerns. Soundness reviewers raised concerns primarily related to the need for further investigation, clarification, and the ultimate resolution of certain title issues and the estimated purchase price that could pose a risk of delaying the completion of the project. In summary, the application clearly articulated strengths regarding the project's regionally significant agricultural and natural resource values, its measured approach to protecting and maintaining agricultural use and viability, along with the maintenance of habitat and natural resource values, and the extent the project would contribute to and protect agricultural outcomes in the region elevated this project to rank highest out of all applications received. And again, staff recommend this project for funding. I'll now do clarifying questions if there are any.
Bruce.
So going back to the way you got to the ranking there, were each one of those ranking factors then basically treated equally? And just to be clear, in this case, I mean, my only concerns about this project relate to one ranking factor, which is a really important one. But if it's one of 8 that are treated equally, it clearly does not weigh very heavily in the bigger picture.
Yeah, thanks, Bruce. Again, Robin.
Bruce Taylor, sorry.
So the application criteria, no individual criteria was given more or less weight than another. So in staff evaluation of this, we essentially reviewed all criteria as individuals and part of the project as a whole. Weighting was something that we were not given the power to do. And so that is part of your deliberations.
Nathan.
So this is getting back to what Nancy was coming to a little earlier, I think, in the public comment section. And I don't know if we have an answer for this yet, but where did this value come from?
Again, Robin Meacher. The information provided in the application is what was used to evaluate the estimated purchase price, and I believe what was provided in the application was conversations that the applicant and the landowner had had with real estate professionals in the area, as well as some introductory preliminary investigation of mineral resources on the property. And that was used by the applicant and the landowner to determine the estimated purchase price. An appraisal was listed in the due diligence section as forthcoming.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, sorry, Woody.
For the record, Woody Wolf. And so what is the protocol within the rules should the forthcoming appraisal be significantly different than what was in the application?
There are no protocol within the rules. OWEB has a responsibility to pay and provide funding only for the appraised value of any interest. The due diligence process that happens post funding award is extensive. OWEB goes through and the director has the ultimate sign off on all due diligence items. And that is for any application, any project that goes through OWEB, we will have a appraisal submitted that has to be approved by OWEB review appraisers. Does that answer? Sorry, Robin, Meacher.
Russ.
So, Russ Hoflick, you stated, I believe, that the applicant has accepted the template appraisal as the baseline for this project. Is that correct?
Template appraisal or template conservation easement?
Excuse me, template conservation easement.
Yes, so the applicant submitted essentially OWEB's OAHC conservation easement template as their draft along with their application. And I think that again, they were only asked to submit draft conservation easements.
So we are to assume that the template draft was what was given to the real estate professionals to help them garner the value?
We can't make that assumption as staff, and what's provided in terms of the detail in the application is what we have to base our evaluation on. So that assumption is not something that we made as staff.
Any other questions? Move to the next. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is application 223-7106-22616, which was submitted by Deschutes Land Trust for the purchase of a perpetual conservation easement on 3,907 acres east of Prineville between Post and Paulina in Cook County. Deschutes Land Trust is requesting $286,280 in OWEB funds for the project. This is the Aspen Valley Ranch Rim Tract project. The property is within a network of other conservation properties and is determined by the applicant as the second phase of a 4-phase conservation project. The property is adjacent to Forest Service land and within the vicinity of properties conserved by the Nature Conservancy. The application clearly articulated regional significance for both agricultural and natural resource values and presented a balanced approach to protecting and maintaining the agricultural use while also protecting intact habitat. The rim tract is primarily rangeland, providing forage for livestock and habitat for pronghorn antelope, Rocky Mountain elk, and mule deer. The property is one of the northernmost extents of remnant sage grouse habitat and provides a large intact tract of legacy sagebrush stands. The application notes numerous native plant species present on the property that demonstrate the diversity of vegetation beyond forage. The application proposes a conservation easement that would limit uses incompatible with agricultural use, which will also function to provide habitat benefits. Reviewers noted that while the property is valuable rangeland, the rim tract on its own may not provide enough acreage or infrastructure to self-sustain an operation independent of surrounding acreage, and the easement as proposed would allow for the property to be considered a separate unit from other parts of the operation and larger property, including the Phase 1 conservation easement. Though considered regionally significant for its wildlife values, the application was noted to lack detail to fully understand the interaction between the agricultural and natural resource values. The application demonstrated the project's ability to capitalize on state investments, detailing state and federal funding used to accomplish restoration goals and objectives on the property. Deschutes Land Trust is an accredited land trust with a proven track record of following best practices for conservation acquisitions and stewardship. Soundness reviewers expressed uncertainty as to certain title matters presented by the materials provided with the application, as well as uncertainty as to the ultimate appraised value of the conservation easement. Overall, the proposed project is a straightforward transaction, the second conservation easement for this landowner with this land trust, and represents a significant rangeland property on the cusp of an expanding Central Oregon city. Prineville continues to grow on its periphery, including residential development and conversion of its open space. And this project is also recommended for funding. Any questions?
Nancy?
Sorry, this again, is this a clarifying question? And I'm sorry to get so focused on like the criteria, but that's kind of, so.
What we're here.
This one was very close as far to the top project but it was low ranked in the impact. And what I understood you saying was that the community impact on the surrounding community. And what you said was that the low ranking reflected outreach attempts rather than the actual impact. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question and the application criteria asks about the impacts, the response to the question, and the responses within the application used to evaluate that was that their specific outreach was not done regarding the project. And so we weren't, as staff, really able to determine impacts, positive or negative, from the project. And so to be equitable across the range of applications, we decided to just standardize that evaluation criteria.
Thanks.
Bruce?
Yes, go ahead, Russell.
Clarifying question as to the specifics of your criteria. If in fact a project is in sequence of phases of conservation and they have done historically significant outreach to the public, how is that not articulated in the project application? I personally was with over 50 individuals of all different conservation and others, ranchers, farmers, government officials of different.
Careful, we're getting close to discussion phase there, so.
What I want to understand is, how do you look at public outreach? Is it regarding the specific parcel of land that is now being considered, or the overall context of, in that case, 17,000 acres?
So staff and the technical review teams, again, based their evaluation and how they look at the criteria on what was provided in the application regarding the specific project and this application's, the conservation easement in this application.
Russ.
Okay, so again, outreach has occurred. It was not acknowledged because it didn't have specific designs around a future vision for this phase of a project.
What I think what she's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the outreach was that you're referring to was not articulated in the application.
Taylor Larson for the record. I think what Robin's trying to say is that, we, throughout the whole evaluation, we are looking at this particular parcel and this particular project and evaluating it on its own merits. And that is then to the commission to, take that with a grain of salt, or, however you want to take it. But our job as staff is to evaluate the particular project as presented in the application. And
okay, and then specifically then getting to Kelly's point earlier about the private property rights and the goodwill of the landowner to do outreach versus an obligation to do so.
So again, that I think that's a discussion item for later.
Right, that was my point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And to clarify, so this question and the outreach and is trying to address the evaluation criteria that asks about impacts of the easement to neighboring lands. So that is an evaluation criteria. It was a staff interpretation of how to manage the information provided in the applications. May I move on?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. Next application is the Sealy Farm Phase 1. This was application number 223-7100-22521 and is an application from Oregon Agricultural Trust for the purchase of a conservation easement on 385 acres outside the town of Clatskanie on the Columbia River within Columbia County. OAHC is requesting $376,297 in OWEB funds for the project. The property is 2 non-contiguous parcels containing highly productive agricultural soils that currently support a cattle operation. The soils are identified as prime ag soils with high organic matter, making them highly productive agriculturally, as well as providing water storage capacity. The property was formerly a poplar farm, and the landowners have been transitioning the land to pasture. Reviewers noted that the property was likely to produce agricultural outcomes desired by the program because while currently utilized for pasture and expected to do so for the foreseeable future, the soils on the property can support a wide variety of crops and is well supported by the water infrastructure from the Beaver Drainage District. Reviewers also noted there was little specific to this property provided in the application regarding the significance of natural resource values associated with fish and wildlife habitat, specifically the Columbia white-tailed deer, which is identified by the applicant as a species of concern that has been identified on the site. Reviewers noted that the application did not demonstrate the project's benefit to these species other than providing open space, nor address how the agricultural use and habitat needs will be balanced, particularly in the riparian cover needs for the Columbia white-tailed deer. The applicant, the Oregon Agricultural Trust, is a young land trust that has demonstrated sound principles for organizational governance in its application materials, and the application states that the organization has been proactively building a stewardship reserve to prepare for conservation easement stewardship needs. There were no significant soundness issues identified, but certain title matters and uncertainty as to the ultimate appraised value of the conservation easement were flagged by soundness reviewers as needing additional clarification and resolution. The primary threat to the property is demonstrated by the ongoing expansion of the industrial site at Port Westward, which immediately borders the property on the eastern boundary. Reviewers noted that the urgency of the threat to the subject property was unclear, but overall the threat was documented in a manner that demonstrated a real rather than speculative threat of conversion. Overall, the project meets the program's goals and describes a straightforward conservation easement protecting valuable agricultural resources, but the application lacked clarity regarding the applicant's approach to meeting and potentially balancing the agricultural and natural resource goals identified on the property. Again, this project is recommended by staff for funding, and I'll open it to questions.
Questions? Seeing none, we'll move along.
Next application is titled Pitchfork Tea. This is application number 223-7105-22611 and is an application from Deschutes Land Trust for the purchase of a perpetual conservation easement on 170 acres in Deschutes County between the cities of Sisters and the community of Terrebonne. Deschutes Land Trust is requesting $129,175 in OWEB funds. The land immediately surrounding the property remains primarily in agricultural production and is proximate to BLM and U.S. Forest Service managed land, including the Crooked River Natural Grasslands, as well as 2 Deschutes Land Trust preserves. The application states it is located within a fast-growing area of the county where land ownership is becoming increasingly fragmented due to proximity to the cities of Sisters, Redmond, and Bend, and the low proportion of private lands available in the county and the aging population of farmers. Deschutes Land Trust proposes a conservation easement that would prohibit development of the property and include a management plan that prescribes regenerative grazing and farming practices. The application states this is the first phase of an intended 2-phase project. The property is within a wildlife migration area for elk and a declining mule deer population and is mapped as having relatively high probability of use during migration. Though the project is not in isolation, identified by reviewers as sufficient to support large game, it represents a potential starting point for future acquisition projects that would collectively represent meaningful habitat conservation, improving impeded wildlife movement, and helping to connect migrating wildlife with larger undeveloped landscapes. Reviewers noted concerns with the likelihood of achieving desired outcomes of the project, primarily that the property may be too small to independently have real agricultural significance in the region and may not provide a great amount of wildlife conservation due to its relatively small contribution to open space independent of the adjacent lands. Reviewers noted that much of the land in the project area is no longer valued as contributing to the agricultural land base due to the nature of the reduced size of the fragmented properties, suggesting a trajectory away from the agricultural uses in the area that the proposed conservation easement may not be able to alter on its own. No significant soundness concerns were identified, though certain title matters need additional investigation and clarification. Deschutes Land Trust, again, is an accredited land trust with a proven track record of completing and stewarding conservation easement transactions. In summary, the application describes the permanent protection of a working land, but the contribution of the regional working land to the regional working land base and the likelihood of significant agricultural and natural resource outcomes were determined by reviewers to be dependent on speculative future conservation projects in the vicinity. This application is also recommended by staff for funding.
Questions? Okay.
Moving on. Okay. Next application is O'Keefe Ranch. This is application 223-7101-22522 and was submitted by Oregon Agricultural Trust requesting $277,776 from OWEB for the purchase of a perpetual conservation easement on 6,511 acres in multiple non-contiguous parcels around the county of Adel in Lake County. The parcels are connected by the landowner's grazing allotments and are part of the Operation Summer Grazing Strategy. The parcels are part of a multi-generational cattle ranch, and the application states the project is phase one of a hopefully 2 or 3 phase acquisition process. The property is composed of high-quality native rangeland utilized for livestock grazing and is significant to the conservation of sage grouse and pronghorn antelope. It is within an area with significant history of ranching and is contiguous with resources of a high conservation concern. It supports a longstanding ranch operation in the region, and reviewers noted the parcels included in the proposal have high ecological productivity. The application and the draft conservation easement were confusing at times regarding the easement project's approach to maintaining a predominantly native grassland cover and sagebrush habitat across the protected property if there are conflicting needs with the agricultural operation. The management plan outline presented did not add clarity. Additional discussion in the application regarding the impacts to the overall agricultural outcomes and values beyond the present management would have been helpful to understand the goals, need, and urgency of the conservation easement project. The level and urgency of threat of conversion was not clearly articulated or supported, and the reviewers noted the urgency is lower at the project site compared to other more desirable and less isolated locations for both residential and commercial development. OAT, again, is a young land trust, but has demonstrated sound principles for organizational governance as detailed in the application, and the application states the organization has been proactively building the stewardship reserve to prepare for conservation easement stewardship needs. Soundness reviewers raised concerns primarily related to a need for further investigation, clarification, and then the ultimate resolution of certain title issues and the estimated purchase price that could pose a risk of delaying the completion of the project. The application demonstrated ongoing work to capitalize on state and federal funding for the conservation and working lands priorities on the property, and overall, the project meets the program goals, but a lack of detail in the application resulted in a lack of clarity regarding the approach to meeting and potentially balancing the agricultural natural resource goals on the property. Additionally, the threat was not clearly demonstrated. However, the project does propose the permanent protection of a significant agricultural and ecological working land, and staff recommend the project be funded.
Questions, Lois?
Yes, this is Lois Loop. Is there any specific mention of their hope for future easements on other properties, which I understand was part of the plan? Was there any specifics that were noted?
Yes, in the application, they do note that this is phase one of a hopefully 2 or 3 phase project. That was the level of specificity.
Okay, So we have no other pragmatic in directions as far as how that would occur.
Yeah, this is Taylor Larson. And we, in our staff evaluations, tried to avoid getting too into speculation. So again, our job is to evaluate the extent to which this particular conservation easement would help us meet the purposes of the program and future, potential phases. It's good context, but we don't spend a lot of time delving into how that would impact this particular project.
So when evaluating this, we're looking at the current application, not as far as what might happen.
That is how the evaluation criteria is written.
Thank you.
Ed.
Contreras, for the record. So you stated there's confusion about the balance, sustainability of, the operation, which is, as I understand it, grazing operations or ranch and grasslands and ecological values. Could you elaborate on what specifically were the concerns on that?
Sure, Robin Meacher again. So the concerns that were identified by the reviewers were a lack of detail around the interaction between the grazing resource and the ecological resources, and specifically outside of the current management regime.
Yeah, and just what would happen if those two goals of the easement were to come into conflict in the future?
Nancy?
This is a very basic question about the map. Is this all private land here, or is there public and private land in the map area?
Yeah, thanks. So the map displayed on the presentation, for those that are online, is a map presented in the application by the applicant that demonstrates the parcels outlined in yellow of the parcels included in the application for the easement. The surrounding land, which is not identified in this, but is in the application to show the land allocation and ownership, is a mix of private, and this map specifically is a mix of private and federal, but there's a significant amount of federal land surrounding the application parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Bruce
Taylor, I'm still mystified, despite having heard the explanation, as how this came up as a medium on the wildlife and habitat conservation criteria. From my perspective, having worked a lot in the sage-grouse conservation world, this is probably the highest wildlife value project before us here today, and not by a little bit. This is 6,500 acres that is all designated priority habitat for sage-grouse. This is the 20% of sage-grouse habitat that supports 95% of the birds. There's no question to my mind. I just can't quite get, because people did not interpret the grasslands of special significance easement terms as being somehow compatible with wildlife. Is that the basis for this medium?
Yeah, so to draw clarification and kind of a distinction between the regional significance of the agricultural and natural resource values, which is kind of the first evaluation criteria that really bleeds down into the rest. And so this evaluation criteria that I believe you're referring to, Bruce, is asking the extent to which the conservation easement would protect, maintain, enhance those regionally significant values. And so the medium was based on the stated confusion or lack of clarity, or I guess you could say requests for more detail would have been helpful in determining that the easement project as proposed would maintain those resources. So there's a distinction there between the resources themselves and then the project as it's described in the application.
Thank you.
Russ.
So Robin and
identify yourself.
Russ Hopeflick, Robin and Taylor, I guess you now have run through at least 7 projects under the criteria that you have, and it would be helpful to understand where you saw limitations in order that would further enrich the project. For example, I note that contextual history of conservation activity of the applicants, then the present goal is very clear, but future intent would help to enrich the understanding of the project as it relates to the surrounding geography. For example, if an applicant is presenting a project that is one of, say, 5 phases, it would be helpful to be able to know that context, but I don't believe the rule obligates them or even probes into that. But clearly having an understanding of those elements would be helpful. And I'm just curious what you see would have been more helpful. I understand there were barriers that were created to your conversation with the applicants to further enrich the ultimate report and rankings. Do you need or want modification of the rules to be able to help enrich and improve this process as we move forward?
Yeah, so I'll look to the chairs to decide whether that's for future agenda item.
That is going to be a future. We're going to talk about that later in the day, Russ. So if you don't mind,
that's fine.
Important conversation though.
Yep. Okay, let's go on.
Doug, this is Laura. I have a question.
Sure. Sorry,
Okay.
Laura.
No, it's all right. I know it's hard to be online. Several of the projects we've talked about so far under concerns in the staff review has been what seems like an assumption that you would score higher if there was an affirmative obligation to farm in the easement. And so I guess I'm not sure if this is for now or later, but I guess I was surprised to see that because that doesn't seem like one of the most important things to me when evaluating the, protecting, maintaining, enhancing farming or ranching on significant working lands.
Thanks, Laura. This is Robin Meacher. Speaking to importance, again, none of these criteria were weighted, so strengths and concerns are kind of all given equal weight in some respects. However, the affirmative obligation to farm, comments on that came specifically from reviewers, and so incorporating our reviewer comments into the staff evaluation was part of our evaluation process. And so I think that, again, looking to the commission as you interpret your rules and evaluation criteria, there's latitude for deliberation there. For us, it was how our reviewers interpreted the criteria and something that they noted of concern in certain circumstances.
Okay, thank you.
Lois.
This is Lois Loop again.
Sam, you'll be next.
Just a short comment. The difference between a conservation easement and one of our easements is the need to have a viable agricultural operation ongoing. So I think that taking into account what the current agricultural activities are is imperative. Otherwise, we are looking only at one aspect, not both. So just a comment.
Yeah, and this is Taylor Larson for the record. I think you're right, Lois. The current agricultural activities really do inform what the property is capable of producing and informs the viability. But again, we're also purchasing these easements into perpetuity. So funding the purchase of these easements into perpetuity. And so the level of weight you want to put on current management activities versus, what is the land capable of far into the future? That's part of what we're here to discuss.
Sam? Okay. Any other questions? Let's go on.
Thank you again, Robin Meacher, presenting. Next application was titled Farrell, Justin, and Jana. This is application 223-7102-22523 and was submitted by Oregon Agricultural Trust, requesting $223,056 in OWEB funds to support the purchase of a perpetual conservation easement on 514 acres outside of Valley Falls, immediately underneath the Abert Rim. The parcel is the home ranch parcel for the landowner's ranching operation and is used as winter pasture and for summer hay production. The property is comprised entirely of prime agricultural soils, which are not common at this scale in Lake County. There is also secure groundwater rights that allow for this property to be productive for high quality hay and alfalfa and livestock production, which reviewers noted are major contributors to the local economy. The application states open space provided by the property supports the scenic quality of the Abert Rim and supports habitat for mule deer and bighorn sheep. The proposed conservation easement would include OAHC provisions for affirmative obligations to maintain agricultural use on the land. The property is smaller than the average agricultural property in the region, and reviewers noted that the benefits to wildlife are primarily related to the open space of the property provides rather than the presence of quality habitat on the site. The property's location also provides connectivity within a network of land managed for wildlife, though it is not directly adjacent to any of the protected areas. Soundness reviewers expressed concerns relating to certain title matters, primarily due to confusion relating from the status of numerous title encumbrances and the lack of discussion on these issues in the application. Overall, the project does meet the program goals and staff recommend the project for funding. Any clarifying questions?
Nancy.
Just really quick, sorry. So this one was low on soundness, and I want to clarify that it was the title encumbrances that caused it to rank lower in that category.
Again, Robin Meacher. I'm going to try to remember to continue to say my name. Yeah, our soundness reviewers noted that as the primary reason for confusion was just the title documentation provided by the applicant. And in their review of documents, we ask them to note concerns and not try and problem solve. So that's where that review came from.
Okay, thanks.
Let's go on.
Okay, the final application is the Hagen Farm Conservation Easement Phase 2. This was application 223-7103-22597 and was submitted by Mackenzie River Trust requesting $289,233 in OWEB funds for the purchase of a perpetual conservation easement on 156 acres outside of Junction City in Lane County. The 156 acres is part of a larger 230 acre property, 61.7 of which are already protected for habitat purposes by a conservation easement. The property is located in the transition area between the Coast Range and the Mid-Willamette Valley and contains a mix of conifer forest, a riparian area along Ferguson Creek, which is a tributary to the Long Tom River, and dispersed agricultural fields currently used to produce hay. The property subject to the proposed conservation easement has the foundations for a productive agricultural operation, productive soils, water rights, and access to markets. It also provides habitat for several Oregon conservation strategy species. Reviewers noted that the property is a relatively small and surrounded by fragmented farmlands, industrial timberland, and rural housing development, and therefore on its own, the property may be too small to independently have real agricultural significance in the area, and there was little detail provided in the application about the significance of the resources themselves. Reviewers noted that the proposed conservation easement reduces the availability of land suitable for agricultural production and fragments the largest agricultural field. Overall, reviewers determined the application lacked the detail to determine that the agricultural values and uses would be improved and protected on a scale that would maintain or protect viability of the property and the operation for agriculture. Reviewers determined the project would maintain and protect the natural resource values on the property, but noted that more detail and discussion on the interaction between the possible agricultural uses and the protection of the oak and prairie habitats and water quality would have strengthened the application. Mackenzie River Trust, the applicant is an established land trust with a proven track record of purchasing and stewarding conservation easements. Soundness issues raised by reviewers included concerns regarding the proposed purchase price, certain title matters, and the need to clarify the boundaries of the existing Phase 1 conservation easement prior to executing the proposed conservation easement. The application provided little detail or supporting documentation to support statements of the risk of fragmentation of conversion, and there was no demonstrated urgency, and uncertainty remained regarding the impacts from an unclear description of the property impacted by the first easement. But overall, reviewers determined the project meets the program goals, and there is a lack of clarity regarding the approach to meeting and potentially balancing the agricultural and natural resource goals on the property. Again, staff recommend this project for funding.
Questions? Okay, thank you, Robin.
Barbara.
Oh,
Barbara.
Barbara, go ahead.
Hi there. I'm curious who holds the other easement on the 61 acres. Do you know?
This is Robin again. The other easement is also held by Mackenzie River Trust.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we are going to go into the discussion phase. Lisa or Taylor, do you want to give us any instructions before we go into that?
This is Taylor Larson. Just to, remind us all to, as much as possible, root the conversation in the evaluation criteria that we all spent so much time developing. And we have up here on the board, and recognize that we did, as Robin mentioned, go through quite a process and include a lot of experts in the review. And so if you have questions about their comments, we're happy to help you interpret them. We're here as a resource for you as you have your discussion, but really look forward to you diving in and doing this big job. So
thank you, Lisa.
I think that Taylor captured it. I think that the challenge is we have the criteria that we have, and we have the information that was in the application that was provided, and how the reviewers with their technical perspective brought that in and was captured.
So I think the way I'm going to handle this with your guys' approval is I'm going to call on each one of us to discuss. You don't have to discuss when I call your name, but that will be your opportunity. And after we go around the room, then we'll open it up for further discussion. Sorry, Robin.
Yeah, sorry, Robin Meacher, just really quickly, we took the presentation off of the screen so that you all are who the YouTube channel sees for deliberations. If you would like the table with the applications and the amounts put up at any time, we can work with the folks in the back. It's also in your packet, but just in case you wanted it there, just wanted to let you know you are back on screen.
Thank you. And
Okay.
just
Behave yourselves.
because I haven't been, I will clarify, I am Doug Kramer. I'm going to go first because I can take the opportunity to do that. First of all, I want to make sure everybody knows I have a potential conflict of interest. I am contiguous. Some of the property I farm is contiguous to the Sealy property in Klatskanai. So I don't know how it would affect me financially, but I think everybody needs to know that there is that potential conflict. Going over the projects themselves, I did maybe a little bit like what the review team and staff did. I went through and read them all, and then I ranked them myself. I put them in a different order than what they did, which is our prerogative. I put the O'Keefe Ranch first. I went Aspen Valley second. I went Sealy third. I went Pitchfork T fourth. Wall fifth. Farrell sixth, and Hagen seventh. A little bit of description of why I did that. Again, I thought there was significant risk to the O'Keefe Ranch, not necessarily from development, although there is a little bit of that, maybe in the McMansion type area, but more in the energy development part of it. So, and then I ranked it very high because of the sage grouse deal. I've been involved in the conservation district side of that, mainly in the Harney district, but certainly down there in the bottom of Lake County, it's the same. And, you know, the juniper control is huge down there, and the birds that we're saving because of it are significant. I put Aspen Valley next because it is a phased project, and I like the fact that it's phased. I like the fact that there's potentially more to come. I like the fact that it's protecting land in an area that's already got significant protection of lands in the area. And I also think on both those, the applicant, the land trust that has them is significant. I put Sealy third. Don't want to get too deep into that because of my potential conflict. Obviously, I know a lot about that farm and that area. Some of my concerns for that area are different than what's explained in the application, so I don't want to get into that too deep. Pitchfork T, I put really high because of all the fragmentation in that area, and that was probably my highest concern in that area. And second of all would have been the wildlife, the wildlife conservation portion of it and the migration of the wildlife. So, and then the Wall Ranch, I put them where I put them because I'm concerned about the soundness and just the overall huge size of the project and whether that can actually get completed in 18 months is because there's not don't have a well-documented value in the application, and when that value gets documented, how long it's going to take to resolve after that point in time. So I think I'm going to stop at that point. Nathan, I'm going to have you go next.
Could you put back up, for those of us who didn't bring our laptops with us, could you put it back up as far as the applications are concerned?
You're just a ranking of the projects, is that correct?
Yeah, yes, not the whole thing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nathan Jackson. I'll keep it fairly brief. I generally agree with the ranking order. I think if you asked all of us to submit our own ranking order, none of us would have the exact same ranking order, but generally, I think the review team and staff did a very good job of evaluating all of these applications, ranking them objectively and submitting their recommendations to us. The ranking of the Wall Ranch project as number one, I don't disagree with that, but I do have some significant concerns with that application. And one of those concerns is just the sheer size of the funding request. It is very much potentially a putting all of our eggs in one basket kind of situation. And I don't think that that probably serves the program or the people of the state of Oregon terribly, terribly well. A couple of the other concerns I have, again, I brought up the appraisal value during the presentation by Robin. How did that occur? It does appear to be a very large round number, and very large round numbers always kind of trip a little alarm as to, is that a real number or is that just something that got picked out of the air? The question about the body that may or may not be on the property is a very large concern as well. And then the overall project, as Chairman Kramer referred to, is very complicated. It's very large, very complex, and it is a very new organization that is contemplating taking this on. And as we heard from Woody's testimony earlier, it took 7 years for him to get one done. So those are all concerns. I do believe that we should fund that application, but perhaps at a lower amount, and don't put all of our eggs in one basket. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I've been given a nod, which I guess means that it's my turn. Okay, I felt that this is Lois Loop. Okay, I thought by this time you'd recognize my voice. Going through this, personally, I went back and forth about 4 times. And I value agricultural viability maybe a little bit more than, and I think that's been noted, than maybe some others, because it is a balance that's hard to reach, but it is an incredibly important balance if in fact we're going to slow down fragmentation and keep ag ground in ag. And so some of this, for instance, let's take a look at Wall Ranch. There's no doubt about the viability of the ag on Wall Ranch. Multiple generations, a very large operation, viability is there. I have the same concerns that Nathan just mentioned. This is a program, and I'm going to edit, and then I'm going to tell you what my ranking would be. But this is a program that we want to sell to the legislature and the public as something that's viable, that's good, that's well balanced, etc. By putting so much of the money into one application, I believe might cause some hesitation to a landowner who has a smaller, simpler application to say, well, we could never meet that. It is fantastic as far as conservation is concerned. There's just no way around that. It's also a massive project. I don't want to not fund it at all, but I think we have to be cautious as far as how much we put into this. For one thing, and I'm not picking on.
Try and root our discussion in the criteria if we can.
Right. The criteria says that, we should have matching funds. One of the fund that was looking at was a private fundraiser. Who knows? Okay. Now, based upon that, I'll move on. because I was told I have to. Anyway, some of these others I see as more doable. Some of these I see as more fitting the two criteria. The ones in Eastern Oregon, I looked at the conservation value to some of those too, because of the fact that some of our grass prairies have been neglected as far as conservation values are concerned. And also because of the fact that a ranching operation has been going on for several years on many of these. So I did not actually rank such as you did. However, I did have some concerns about those that had very little agricultural ground available left. For instance, the Hagen, there's just not enough agricultural land there to rank them very high. They've already got the conservation taken care of, it sounds like. I also was, the reason I asked about some of these future plans, I'd like to believe that all of these future plans would come into account. But those that we're asking for funding and we're going to do additional ones later sometimes never happens. So even though I didn't rank, I really agreed primarily with the funding propositions that the staff ended up with, but not necessarily $4 million going into Wall Ranch. I think we need to take a look at that. So I'll go ahead and go with the experts and all the work that the staff did. But we need to be careful that we've got ag really at an equal basis, at least with the conservation needs. And then we need to take a look at that 4 million and decide whether or not we want to put that much money into one potential easement.
Thank you, Lois. Sam?
Yeah, Simon Gima. Maybe what I bring to this process is the respect for process. We spent several months to develop the criteria that we all signed on. They went several revisions. And this is what the staff put out when the application went out. Each applicant had the same exposure to those requirements. They decided what information to share, what information not to share. And I also respect the expertise of the people who reviewed this, besides the staff. The staff, they just compiled what they saw. So I respect this ranking here and don't want to challenge what the experts really did, because we asked for their input, like given what you are given from what we have provided you, what do you think? And beyond today, or not, we won't finish today, but beyond today, we will revise according to what the issues we have seen, the gaps we have seen here. Next year, if we get the funding going, it will be slightly more specific to a different degree than it is right now. But what I'm asking of us here, luckily, I don't know anybody in this application, so I can't give you information. Oh, I know they do that. Okay, it's to be kind of on an equal ground in terms of what we have provided people to apply for, what they have, even though I know, Rash, you talked about DEI, considering people who are late. When you want to provide equity, is to make sure that everybody saw the same thing and you're evaluating it at that level. If we deviate from that, we'll be in trouble very quickly before that. But I also had the same thing with Nathan and Lois about allocating. Perception is reality out there beyond what we are seeing. So people will perceive that we are allocating funds maybe in an equal way. It might have our chances of getting more funding from the legislature in the future. So that's something we might consider going in, despite treating everything equally the way I've just given. So that's what I wanted to give to this deliberation today.
Thank you, Sam. Woody?
Woody Wolf. not going to speak to my perception of the rankings. I think the process played out, and I'm going to digress to Nancy to give her perception on my comments, possibly since she's the easement expert. But you know, in an ag business, myself, you always have to focus on results, and the why only comes into play when you go to fix the problems. So for here today, I would suggest the process is flawed relative to what I'm seeing. And that's not to say that there's not a lot of good applications that don't warrant some money, but I have huge red flags in spending public money relative to the questions that I've seen in how these rankings were derived. And I would throw myself under the bus as much as anybody and suggest that with the best of intent, we created a process that has some holes in it. So that's, I think moving forward, we, in my opinion, have a lot of work to do if we're going to spend public money for private benefit and look the people in the eye that are paying the taxes on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Woody. Bruce.
Bruce Taylor. Like everybody else here, you know, I went through these and I've been all over the place. I have ranked and re-ranked them a number of times. And my rankings probably don't look like anybody else's, but I will set that aside because there was a process there. But I will say in terms of the quality of the projects, I mean, we have three, and it's partly a scale related thing, but the Wall Ranch, Aspen Valley, and O'Keefe are three really great projects from a wildlife and habitat conservation standpoint. And it's not just how big they are, it's where they are and the context they are within. The Wall Ranch there on Cape Blanco, that, you know, the dark coast thing, it's real. There's 10 families and 2 public agencies that, you know, hold a lot of the biological diversity of the Oregon coast down there, and really important place with a lot of private land. And the O'Keefes are, you know, the middle of the bullseye for sage-grouse habitat conservation, and the family has done a tremendous amount of work on that there. That's certainly for a species that is, you know, due to be listed under the Federal Endangered Species Act. It won't be avoidable the next time, I don't think. This is a whole lot of really top-notch habitat. And the Aspen Valley Ranch, there again, it's a context thing, and Russ can speak to this more, but between the Nature Conservancy's preserve and some of the neighboring landowners there, and the fact that you have the Ochiko National Forest to the north and the Maori Mountains to the south, all in public ownership, it's a fairly unique opportunity to do things on really large scale. So stepping away from projects though, and looking more at our role, I've been trying to think, how do I think about this? And I have always thought of our role as being investors, like venture capitalists, who have a bad name this week, of course, or some people think they're getting what they're due. But, you know, it's our job to make good long-term investment decisions here. And a lot of it is about the project. Is it really a good project? Are the benefits, the costs, the risks, all those things? But the other thing, and this is a good week to think about it, is that we have to consider the investment climate in which we're operating. And for us, you know, we have a fairly perilous investment climate. We have a one-time slug of money that's not enough to fund all the projects we want to fund. We have no certainty of getting any additional funding, and our ability to do that is probably heavily dependent on perception of how well we do our job today, because we don't get a chance to do anything else before the legislature makes some final decisions here. So the investment climate makes me, contrary to my true nature, it makes me much more conservative and risk averse than I would otherwise be, which brings me to the funding allocation issue here. You know, the Wall project is a great project. If we had another $1 million, I would happily have that at the top of the list and allocate the full $4 million. But it's a very high risk project. And knowing that we need to ground our concerns in criteria here being project soundness, but one element of that is readiness. I think could be a very sound project. I don't think we're ready to say that it is. We may not have weighted the criteria, and you all, when you added up the numbers, may have had to treat them equally, but I think our job as a commission is to make some judgment around that. And I've been thinking, readiness maybe ought to be one of those threshold criteria. If it's not far enough, well enough developed that we're comfortable saying, yes, we want to commit funding to it, maybe it's really not ready, regardless of the benefits. So in this case, this is a very complex project. As everybody has noted, there's no real solid foundation for the valuation. There hasn't been an appraisal. I think the budget underestimates the cost of an appraisal and the difficulty of appraising this. There's one indicator for me is the budget includes 720 hours for easement negotiation. That tells me there's a whole lot of work to be done here. And as I say, if we had plenty of money, I'd be, much more comfortable letting that money sit out there in an uncertain status. But given our limited ability to spend at this point, I'm not prepared to put it at the top of the list and fully fund it. The eggs in one basket that Nathan was talking about.
Thank you, Bruce. Nancy, you're up.
Well, first a disclaimer, which is that of the criteria on the list, the only one that I'm purported to have expertise in is soundness. So I have to defer to everyone else on the ag and the habitat. And excuse me, as I mentioned, I'm discounting the local community impact because I have a disagreement about how that was assessed in the ranking. So I'll sort of lay out what I would do if I ran the ship, which is that I'd fund all the projects except for the Hagen project, because I'm very unclear from the staff evaluation what ag value it has. And to me, this is an ag program. And I didn't get a lot of clarity on that aspect of the project. And I'd reduce the grant to the Wall Ranch correspondingly to make sure that we fund these other projects. I think that the soundness issues that were raised, except for the readiness and capacity for all the projects could be resolved through the funding conditions requirements, which OWEB is very proficient at. You've outlined the problems. I have confidence that Land Trust can resolve most of those title issues or the encumbrance issues through the funding process. So I didn't see any real red flags other than the readiness, which kind of falls into the capacity question. And to just spend 1 minute going off the criteria, to me, this program is a statewide program. And to ensure future funding, we need to demonstrate that it's of value statewide, and funding one project in one small part of the state doesn't do it for me.
Thank you, Nancy. Ed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, first off, I want
Name.
First, Ed Contreras. I just wanted to, thank the staff and the review team for, doing their best and taking the criteria and trying to, make sense of these applications and present them in a way that we can then, analyze on our own. And so I've been on that side of the table, and it's a tough job. And, there's concerns that have been voiced about the criteria and all of that. And obviously there's there's going to be a lot more discussion about how that might change in the future. Try to make new points than what's already been talked about. And I'll speak, I guess, from my expertise, which is the fish and wildlife habitat side of the equation. In my mind, from the applications and from my knowledge of, the systems of Oregon, ecosystems and habitats and species needs, I mean, really the Wall Ranch, the Aspen Valley Ranch and the O'Keefe Ranch really rise to the top. And I'm not ranking those or putting those in a ranked order, but from a habitat investment standpoint, those really are elevated in my expertise for slightly different, species and habitat values. But, I just want to make that statement because that's what I gravitated to from my knowledge of wildlife resources. And trying to stay close to the criteria here, I'm looking at criteria 6 and the extent to which these projects benefit to provide benefits to the state and how investments may be maximized. And I'll take some liberties with that criteria in thinking about, this criteria is applied on a project by project basis, but looking at the whole suite of applications, we're at a juncture here, as Bruce noted, as others have noted, where, we have this funding. We don't know if we're going to get more, and we have an opportunity to really bolster working land conservation easement work in the state of Oregon, right? And we're at a juncture right now where we can really help provide support to our land trust partners, to a lot of different landowners, and that's not an easy position with the limited funding that we have. And I just wanted to provide that comment that we really should think about how we can spread the funding that we have to bolster the future of this work.
Thank you, Ed. Russ Hoflick. Again, my charge, I guess, is to look through the natural resource lens. But before I get there, I just want to describe a potential conflict of interest, and it's up to you to judge how to treat that. But over the last 4 years before my retirement, I was the executive director of Thousand Friends of Oregon. Jim Wood was a board member at the time. I've since retired. It's been over a year. So I am aware of his project, not only from my conservation work at the Nature Conservancy, but also he was a board member of mine, and I had known of his intent to do conservation in a significant manner on his property. First time I heard of his project it was during the review process.
I don't want to interrupt, but which project is it that Jim?
Aspen Valley.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So with that being said, I agree with Bruce as to the rankings and significance, but each of them under what I review as the criteria, you have significant soils, you have significant wildlife values, you have significant natural habitat conditions of oak. In conjunction with many of these projects, I do believe that the feral property, again, trying to review based upon personal knowledge versus what I see in the criteria, I think that project would jump with further information, but even with the soundness information that I'm aware of, I believe that project is significant. I believe that the O'Keefe's, again, historically, and I struggle with this as I look at the criteria, I see them as one of the best stewards of that type of habitat in the state of Oregon, which gives me great comfort. I also look at the Wall Ranch and following that project with awe of their work on the ground over the years. And my heart broke when in 2021, OWEB denied that project's approval. But I was so heartened to see that a program that focuses on its working lands values finally came into play, with great hope that project would finally get the full due and the conservation status and the working land status that it deserves. I believe that in the context of its geography, we heard earlier about the state bird and its significance being found on that property. I also believe that the work of conservationists to restore the vulture, the condor to its historic range, which included that property, will in fact come to fruition during our lifetime. And having properties of that scale and that scope and that physical geography will have great benefit. I look at the Central Oregon and the geographic center of the state as it relates to the Aspen Valley Ranch, and knowing between the Maury and the Okeechobee Mountain Range that you have significant migratory flow and the ability to be able to have resilient properties that present potential sage grouse habitat is going to be significant going into the future. There are not many properties in the state where you could see antelope moving in significant numbers across properties, let alone mule deer in the numbers that we see out in that geography, black bear included as well. But as to the criteria that you have established, I feel that property also ranks highly. I was struck on the Sealy property. I knew it sounded familiar to me outside of the land use context because of the information that was provided about the potential threat. I do know from a land use perspective that the application of the port to be able to do what they aspired to do was referred back to the county. It was denied. And again, I didn't see a lot of detail in the application. Perhaps it was a timing issue that did not give them the benefit to be able to describe that information, or perhaps they just failed to, give the detail. My awareness of Sealy also turns out to be closer to a project that I did closely abutting it on Wallace Island, when I, at the Nature Conservancy in '93, I believe, helped the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service establish the Columbia Whitetail Deer Refuge, the Julie Butler Hansen National Wildlife Refuge for the Columbia Whitetail Deer. This property is in just a stone's throw from the core habitat on Wallace Island, at least one of the core habitats. And I would hope that as the development of a ranch operation occurs out there, that, and I'm from a wildlife perspective and a natural resource perspective, pleased to see that you would have forage grasses planted on this property. But I want to make sure that a wildlife friendly fence, a deer friendly fence would be established on it. Again, how's that rank to the criteria? We didn't see that in the detail of that particular project, but it would be beneficial to see that type of assurance move forward. And I think that the Egan and the feral project as it relates to migratory birds was just, again, we had some good core information in there about its potential. We have tools that are ready that could give us a lot of specifics through the Oregon Explorer, as well as through eBird, that identify the significance of that particular geography that can enrich these applications. But I think the information you provided us gives me confidence to be able to rank all of these for approval moving forward. I appreciated the fact that you forwarded all these applications with a green light to us, but a limitation of funds, and created a limitation. In some, I would approve the funding personally. If there was a resolution to fund all these projects and present limited funding based upon your decisions for the Wall Ranch, with all residual funds after all were fully funded below that line.
Thank you, Russ. Laura, you still with us?
I'm still with you.
Okay, and Barbara's gonna be called on right after you, so if you guys want to share a spot there.
All right, thank you. I guess I'll just start with thanking staff for what really feels like a very thoughtful evaluation of all the projects. And I also want to appreciate how much expertise is in the room, and how much I appreciate the discussion so far. I think I'm in agreement with many of my fellow commissioners. The wall project really has significant ag and natural resource value. And I would like to see us fund it, but it also has some challenges. So I'm not feeling completely comfortable providing full funding. I guess the only other thing I would say is I have a few concerns about funding the Hagen property, just as outlined in the staff report. It was rated low on the first two working lands criteria, and I guess I would just suggest that we may want to spend the money, consider spending the money on higher ranking projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Barbara?
No, I think I got it, Laura. Thank you. You guys hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. In listening, so Lisa, how much do you want me to talk as a non-voting member? I guess I should ask that first.
So I think your opinion and your expertise that you're bringing is of value. And that's what this conversation is about, is to bring that to the table, Barbara.
Thank you. I think about all the work that went into this on staff time, and thank you. October to now is not that long to actually review all these and visit them and rate them. I'm in awe of the list that you've given this program. So thank you. And what you guys decide today is setting the tone for the future. And it's for the health of the program. And that was my, when I saw the figure on the wall project, I just was like, funding one program, I'm not in support of that, or one application. But, being a farmer, I use the name of this program, the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program. So I put a lot of weight on the working lands applications that came forward. Two that really stuck out to me, being the Sealy project, is just extremely unique. It's got great ag infrastructure already, and it's in heavy threat with the Port of St. Helens. So that one really stood out to me. The second one that stood out was Pitchfork Tea, because it's really under threat, and that piece of property is going to become more valuable to agriculture ongoing. And it's a full farm operation right now. I too share the Hagen thought that Nancy talked about. I'm not seeing a lot of ag values. I see a lot of conservation values. I see a lot of wildlife values. I see a lot of wetland values. But I'm not really seeing the agricultural values stated in the application. Let's see, the Farrell one, the part of that application that stood out the most to me was it makes it very rare land because it has water rights for the area, and preserving those water rights for future agriculture was stood out to me. Looking at my list, Aspen Ranch, it's also under heavy pressure. It was a little concerning to me that the staff report talked about the strengths, and they talked about the land trust only, not about the project. So that was a little of concern to me. So those are just my thoughts after reviewing all the applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And I understand Chad is listening. I don't know, Chad, do you have a way to speak to us, or do you even want to speak to us? Maybe that's not the best way to say it. There you are. Thank you.
Yeah, I always like to speak.
Go ahead and state your name and then go ahead.
Okay, Chad Allen for the record. Yeah, I've had the same concern as a lot of people in the wall project in terms of the size and the ask of what we have to allocate in these applications. The idea of funding it less, I guess, would probably, in my opinion, put the project even more at risk in terms of being shovel ready or being sound. The fragmentation on all these projects are something that I'm concerned about, and the size of them. I guess I'd have to, as we get further into this process of evaluating easements moving forward, is one, I wonder how much weight we put on them or we don't put on them, I guess. We kind of have to take bites at different areas to slow down fragmentation, and so size shouldn't always be a huge criteria. But I really like the fact that a lot of these applications were spread out among the entire state. And what's I guess we're all under pressure this cycle. Is this the first time? And so I think having the ability to allocate funds throughout the Oregon is a good service to the public dollars. And I definitely applaud the staff on all the detail that they went through. There was a lot of good reading, and you guys did a fantastic job. So, just in terms of the wall ranch and getting on the funding part of it, I guess that's the struggle I have with funding it at any level. I guess if you underfund it, then you put the risk of those dollars even being less successful getting to the finish line. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Chad. Okay. Because I'm kind of a Robert's Rules of Order guy, what I'd really like to do, I don't know if everybody's prepared, but I'd like to see a motion proposed, and then we discuss a specific motion. With that in mind, does anybody have a specific motion to propose? And just to remind ourselves, we did get handed out a piece of paper that has some blanks in it that you can fill in and propose a motion with, so that we're not fumbling too much.
If someone will do the math, I'll make a motion.
Sure, we can do the math if
Yes.
you specific.
So you heard what I would move. So I'm doing all.
Better remind us.
Well, no, I'm going to be.
And Nancy, why don't you put your name on the record?
Nancy Duncrack. And I'm going to use alternative motion 2. And I move the commission recommend that the OWEB board conditionally award funding in full for projects. Now you took the list away. Aspen Valley, Sealy, Pitchfork, O'Keefe, and Farrell. and conditionally award partial funding to the Wall Ranch project at the amount of, have you done the math?
Whatever.
2,875,079,000.
I'm off.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right.
Okay, well, yeah,
Yep, just give us a minute to do the math, Nancy.
okay, sorry. I should have done it. I didn't want to.
This is Taylor. Lisa, could the motion just state the remainder of funds?
Oh, and conditionally fund the Wall Ranch project at the amount of the remaining funds, subject to staff recommended funding conditions. That sound okay, Taylor?
Sounds pretty good to me.
Okay, thank you. Well,
Do we have
it's a motion.
Yes,
Second.
and Nathan is a second.
I'd like to raise my hand for discussion.
Okay, you're gonna hold on a minute because the maker of the motion has the right to go first.
Oh.
Do you want to discuss your motion?
No, I outlined my rationale for the motion in the earlier
Okay.
comment period.
So the seconder has next choice.
As a point of clarification,
Name, please.
Nathan Jackson. As a point of clarification, Nancy, the Hagan application is not included in the funding recommendation with this motion, correct?
Correct.
Correct, it's not included.
Thank you.
Now, Woody, you're up.
Woody Wolf, for the record, I'm in favor of the spirit of the motion. I'm not sure whether I'm on board with excluding Hagan or not. But I also want to throw the caveat out there. Where does this put us for operating? If we spend every last dollar we've been allocated, we have zero money to run this program unless, is that not a true statement? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then that was my question.
You want to answer that, Taylor?
Sure, this is Taylor Larson. Yeah, so the funding we have available for this fund recommendation is all available to go into this grant program. It wouldn't impact our ability to spend on administrative funds.
We need to go.
Oh, Lisa, do you?
Record, Lisa Sharplow, thank you. For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hanson, Executive Director. We need to look at the staff report. I believe the amount that was suggested to be available was about 4.1 because in the governor's recommended budget, part of what had been in the grant fund was moved over to operations to be able to do the work into the next biennium. So I need to double check that number, but there is money available as long as we fund it at that lower level.
Yeah, and this is, sorry to cut you off.
No.
This is Taylor Larson. So that number is 4,133,692.
Say that number again.
$4,133,692.
692.
692.
Thank you.
It's also in the staff report for the.
And I don't have that staff report in front of me. Mr. Nathan.
I believe in reading through the staff report previously, there was more money in the CMP pot than was applied for. Do we have the ability to move that money from the CMP plot to the easement pot?
This is Taylor Larson for the record. So that $4 million, $4.133 million includes the remainder of the CMPs.
Okay.
The only maneuvering ground you would have is if you chose not to fund one or both of the two projects right now.
Thank you.
Bruce.
Bruce Taylor. I'm semi on board with this motion. I do also have concerns about excluding the Hagan project. The lower tier of the ranked projects here, they all have some problems. The staff and the reviewers found them all recommendable for funding. I am particularly reluctant to throw out the only Willamette Valley project, which I will say from a wildlife habitat conservation standpoint, should rank very highly. And we don't have a lot of basis in this program for judging among one form of agriculture being preferable to another. We have a lot of criteria that talk about markers we can look at on the ecological side. And this one does pretty well on that one. And I understand the concerns, boy, it's not agricultural enough. As we've talked about here, the criteria are really all about preserving the capability for land to be available for agricultural use in the future. And I think that is, this project gets at some of that. As I say, they all have some problems. Projects in the Willamette Valley are going to tend to look different. And I'd be a little concerned about sending any kind of signal that a Willamette Valley project is never going to be able to compete, because we aren't going to have 1,000-acre projects in the Willamette Valley. They're never going to look like an O'Keefe or a Wall Ranch or an Aspen Valley Ranch. I may be inclined to vote no and hope that there's another opportunity to offer a revised motion.
You can always ask to amend the motion.
You can amend the motion.
Sorry, this is
You're the
Nancy.
Roberts.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't
I
mean
didn't say you couldn't amend it. So
Permission granted?
go.
I would like to propose an amendment to the motion to add the Hagen project into the recommended funding category.
Question.
Is there? I'm going to ask for a second to the motion.
Second from Chad.
Thank you, Chad. Bruce, you get to discuss the amendment first if you have more
I
discussion.
have said my piece. Thank you.
Okay. Chad, you're the seconder of the motion. Do you want to say anything?
Yes, I would. I kind of sound off what Bruce said. I think location is just as important as size. I think this starts to slow down what's already been fragmented around the area. In the staff report, or in the application, it noted that this parcel has water rights, and so as an agricultural value, that makes it extremely high in Oregon, in my opinion. And so that's what she said.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yes.
This is Lois. And
Lois.
I withdraw my request to comment.
Okay, Russ.
What I like about this project is that it will challenge the manager, Mackenzie River Trust, to be able to demonstrate for all of us in the state the combination of wildlife and working lands conservation easements on agriculture as well as wildlife, and to be able to demonstrate how they will work together. I think we will learn a lot from that as we watch that project evolve over time. I think it is a highly capable organization, capable of being able to deliver good information to us to help inform the future if we support that project.
Any other discussion on the amendment to the motion? Taylor.
It's Taylor Larson. Just some context for the commission, just to understand that funding all 7 projects does create 7 times the amount of work for mostly Robin. So we'll want to just think through just some context that is, a lot of the legwork actually starts after these projects are awarded funding. So we just want to be cognizant of staff capacity on that front.
Okay, just more discussion on the amendment. Go, Woody.
Woody Wolf, for the record, I like adding the Hagen property in there for the diversity of location, and comment was made that the Willamette Valley may not be able to compete in the parcel size, but a big factor to the threat of conversion. It shows up in the value, and you're going to have higher dollar values on smaller parcels relative to the threat of conversion, and they may be as or more significant to conserve because the number of them is going away more rapidly. So just a thought.
More discussion on the amendment. Anybody on the phone? Did you have something, Larson? Taylor?
I was just gonna offer you, I've done the math if you are
Oh,
interested in that.
done the math too, but
We might want to,
we don't need to, I was gonna wait till we see if there's approval of the amendment first.
okay. The only reason I was offering it was if those numbers impact your thoughts on,
Okay,
the viability of the wall project.
yeah,
So with this amended motion, there would be $2,651,875. And
What was their total ask?
4,008,000.
okay.
Can
Seeing
I ask
no
a technical
further
question?
Go ahead.
I guess this is just a question of process, but
This is Chad, right?
yeah, this is Chad for the record.
Thank you.
When you award a certain fund to any of these applications, I guess, and they have a certain 18-month time period, does the money just end up coming back, or how does that process work?
It's Taylor Larson for the record. Yeah, so if we were not able to close in the time window allotted, that money would then go back into the fund at that point in time and be available for future grant cycles.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Russ, on the amendment.
Right. Russ Hoflick here. To Robin's point about the challenge that will be posed to her to manage 7 potential easements and bring them over 18 months.
For clarity, Taylor brought up the
Thank you,
point.
Taylor. Robin was nodding extensively for the record, and I understand the difficulty. I would further resolve that the OWEB Oregon Agricultural Heritage Commission and the Department of Justice staff do everything within their powers to work with the landowners and their representatives to bring all 7 projects to their successful conclusion within the next 18 months. Period.
Okay, that I'm gonna take that as an amendment to the amendment. Unless the maker of the amendment.
No objections.
No objections. Chad, do you have objections to that being added to the amendment?
I don't, but could I ask one more clarifying question?
Sure.
If
you state your name first.
Oh, okay, Chad Allen again. If the application's under awarded funds, I'm assuming the applicant could then have some time to decline or unsubmit the application or decline the funds if they don't feel that they can accomplish that in the 18 months.
For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, that's correct. We do occasionally, through the land acquisition process in our other programs, have money returned to the agency if they are not able to complete those acquisitions or are dissatisfied with some part of the terms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more discussion on the amendment? If not, I would like to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Amendment passes. So the amended motion is that we're going to fund projects 2 through 7. 2 through 7 come to a total of $1,481,807. The remaining funds are going to be allocated to the wall project. And that is going to come to $2,651,885. More discussion on the motion. Anybody on the phone have any discussion for the motion? Seeing none, we're going to proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Commission. I really want to thank staff for putting up with us. You guys have worked really hard on this. And now you got a whole different slew of work in front of you.
Well, Robin has.
Taylor's gonna take vacation, right? I was gonna say probably not. Okay, Lisa.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, Lisa Sharp-Lohanson, thank you, Commission, for your thoughtful deliberation and working through this. Staff, we will deal with the workload issues. There are some things that we can do. We'll deal with that as step 2. So don't hyperventilate, Robin. We'll get there. I think we've had some conversations with some of our partners previously around some of the challenges and the workload that come with acquisitions. And as we've seen our acquisition portfolio across the board grow at OWEB, that is a significant area of concern for us. But there are ways to work through these things, and we will get ourselves on it.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, we are about 15 minutes late for lunch. Nicole, do you have instructions for us for lunch? I don't know what the plan is. Oh, lunch is on the table, and I was so focused, I didn't even see it come in. So, okay, let's take a lunch break. Thank you.
And it looks like we are ready for conservation management plan, review of grant applications. And Lisa, are you stepping in for Eric, or who are we looking to at this staff?
We're gonna look to Taylor and Robin for this.
Okay, well, let's pass it over to you two. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I'm just pulling up our presentation here, so give me 1 second. All right, we're all back. So Taylor Larson for the record. So our next agenda item is dealing with the Conservation Management Plan grants. And so what's before the commission, we're going to be presenting the 2 applications we received for this grant offering, giving you a little overview of the process. And then like we did with the easement grants, opening up for commission deliberation and a funding recommendation. So just to kind of give us a little bit of grounding in this, earlier on when we met back in August, we approved a spending plan for $150,000 for this grant offering. And we received grants totaling $66,308 in 2 applications. And so the remaining funds, as I mentioned earlier, we just went ahead and popped into the available funds for the conservation easement offering. And so they're is remaining in this grant offering, the $66,308. So I'll just pop it here. So similarly, just wanted to kind of root us in the purpose of this grant program as you established in rule, and it's to develop and implement conservation measures consistent with the social, economic interests and abilities of the agricultural landowners or operators. And also wanted to call to our attention that the way this grant program was developed is a slightly confusing because it's kind of two grant programs in one. So we have language around funding the development of conservation management plans, as well as funding the implementation of conservation management plans. This being the first cycle, we only ran a solicitation for the development of conservation management plans. And our next agenda item will be talking about the methodology we're currently developing in partnership with Highland Economics around how we go about implementing those conservation management plans. So just extra credit to the applicants who wrote applications to develop a conservation management plan without knowing how we plan on paying for the implementation of those. Oops. Yep. So again, we have established evaluation criteria. I will encourage everyone to root their conversation in the evaluation criteria. In a lot of ways, it's pretty similar. We're looking for that balance between the agricultural viability and the natural resource interests, and how those can be married through the grants that we make here. So like I mentioned, there were $66,308 requested in total funds. We had 2 applications submitted from 2 different applicants. Both of those projects were recommended for funding, and we have enough funding in the spending plan if the commission chooses to fund both. I want to pause and just talk about how the review process for this program is slightly different, and that is based on rule. So instead of having a separate technical review team for each application, we have one technical review team for all applications, and that included 9 folks from throughout the state with expertise in soil science, wildlife habitat, conservation planning, landscape architecture, extension agents, so on and so forth. It was a really great team. And the process was, I met one-on-one with each of the reviewers, kind of talked them through the process, rooted them in the evaluation criteria, shared the applications with them. They read them. We all showed up to a technical review team meeting, and the review team actually voted to fund both projects and put them in rank order. So similar map here, you'll see the 2 conservation management plan applications we received are the green triangles up there. So we have one in the southern Willamette Valley and another over in the Harney Basin. And the first project up is Baker and the Baker Ranch and Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center. It's a mouthful. Wet Meadow Management Plan. So this is an application by the High Desert Partnership located in Harney County. They're requesting $41,366 to develop 2 conservation management plans across about 800 acres. And the work plan includes funding a coordinated sampling management that would lead to management recommendations and the ultimate development of 2 conservation management plans. And so both of these applications are considered agriculturally and ecologically significant to the region, both in their scale and their influence. And it's clear from the applications that these wet meadow ecosystems they're talking about working in are important forage production resources for the ranches in question, and ranches throughout the region. And although it's somewhat unclear in the application that all the work they're proposing in their work plan is going to directly support the development of conservation management plans. But it's anyway, it's a broad program, and development can mean a lot of things. So it's just something to note. And overall, I think the proposed development of these conservation management plans will likely support the long-term agricultural viability of these 2 operations in question, as well as support valuable fish and wildlife and natural resource values on the property. These projects also have a high potential to lead to the development of future conservation management plans in the region through the development of best management practices coming out of the research that they're proposing to do through this project. And due to the fact that the Ag Research Extension Center and an influential ranch in the region are participating and committed to sharing results. And so this project, like I mentioned at the top, is recommended for funding. So if there are clarifying questions, I can take those now, and then we'll move into the next project.
Chair Kramer.
Doug Kramer, question. The High Desert Partnership, I never saw what different organizations are included in that. I don't know if I missed it or whether they didn't.
So sorry to cut you off, Taylor Larson, for the record. The High Desert Partnership is the organization itself. So their work involves building partnerships, but they are a 501c3 organization.
Thank you.
Maybe I should mention now, I don't view it as a conflict, but much as Russ revealed earlier, I was on the board of the High Desert Partnership for 9 or 11 years up until 3 years ago. And as is the case with many of these projects, these people are either friends or former colleagues. Those I don't think ever rise to the level of conflicts, but just to have it out on the table. Ed.
I'll follow Ed Contreras, I'll follow your lead. You know, I'm a member of the High Desert Partnership, Harney Basin Wetlands Collaborative, one of the many collaboratives. The folks that I know are putting this application together, I work with pretty closely on wet meadow type work. I'm not involved in this project at all, but just wanted to put it out there.
Russ.
I have a question. I was impressed by the volume of data that they were attempting to gather. It raised the question for me, and I didn't see it in the criteria as to where the ultimate completed product actually sits upon completion. Does it go to the Oregon Explorer program of the state? Where does that information get housed? And Sam, perhaps you have some knowledge as to where rich information like this gets stored nowadays in the university systems.
Simon, right now I'm not aware, but we have several resources through the university because the experiment station is also part of this. We do have annual reports that can be accessed on the website and is available to everybody. So I believe that this information will be available continuously.
Mm-hmm. And Taylor Larson, yeah, I think as you alluded to, Russ, you know, the evaluation criteria in the grant program in general isn't very explicit when it comes to what will be done with information that's developed through a grant made through this grant offering. What we're really trying to fund here is the implementation of conservation measures and the development of conservation management plans. And so that's kind of what my comment was. Some of the work proposed here is a bit of a stretch on that regard, but I think at this stage and where we're at in the program, that learning and development of best management practices will likely serve the long-term health of the conservation management plan grant program.
Yeah, it's my sense, and I realized, you know, after we wrote the rules, I don't think we were thinking of things like this, but most plans I think were envisioned as being property specific and almost proprietary. And this one in particular is viewed as being more a couple of example properties, but as a model, pilot project or model for adoption more broadly by other landowners.
Yeah, so I think that'll be a good point of discussion for the commission on your intent there. Any other questions? Yeah. Moving on. All right, so the second application we received was from the Coast Fork Willamette Watershed Council, and this was for the Branch Road Farm Conservation Management Plan. So this is a project located in southern Wayne County. They're requesting $24,942 to develop one conservation management plan across a single farm that's 73 acres large. It's a little bit more of a straightforward project. They're proposing to inventory the natural resources on the property and use that effort to develop a conservation management plan. So this application did a good job demonstrating that, slopes and water quality present challenges to the operation, and that the development of a CMP would help the operator to better make use of the land while, reducing erosion, increasing water quality, and improving habitat for fish and wildlife. The application is vague when it comes to the specifics of what will be included in a future conservation management plan. However, the applicant does have a record of successful project development. So the CMP is intended to serve as the management plan for an existing perpetual conservation easement on the property, which, inspires confidence that the resulting conservation management plan will further the goals of the agricultural operator and the OAHP program into the coming decades. The interaction between grazing management and water management are at the heart of this proposed conservation management plan, and the application makes a clear connection between, water quantity, the grazing impacts, and the resulting impacts on water quality. And the needs for a conservation management plan are justified throughout the application in order to balance those needs of the agricultural operator with those of the ecosystem that the farm relies on. This particular farm or ranch is somewhat limiting when it comes to agriculture, due to kind of what I mentioned at the tops, the slopes, the soils, the size of the particular parcel, and the water availability. However, this operation is similar in size and constraints to many operating within the region, and would likely serve as a good example to the development of future conservation management plans amongst operations similar to this one. So, in the end, staff recommend this one for funding as well, and the technical review team ranked it as number 2. So again, I want to pause for clarifying questions on this application, and then we can dive into discussion. Yeah.
Woody. Woody Wolf, for the record. You said that the focus of this, the focus of the intent is for grazing management and water management. Visually, they're not throwing a forestry, timber harvest management aspect in here that I missed somehow.
So the previous management plan, so like I mentioned, this conservation management plan they're proposing will serve as the management plan for an existing conservation easement. The previous management plan they were using for that conservation easement was a forest management plan. They do graze a lot of their forest, and so the grazing management plan, or the grazing component of their conservation management plan, would cover sort of the management in that area, but it is somewhat unclear the degree, and you'll see this reflected in the staff evaluation, the degree to which forestry will play a role in that management plan.
Okay, because I would suggest those two things should be symbiotic.
Yeah, I think so too. And another, I think, rich area for discussion is the appropriate level of detail to be getting from applicants at this stage. We're asking for their proposal to develop a conservation management plan. And I think we'd want a different level of detail if we were asking for their proposal to implement a conservation management plan. But I think it's a question of degree.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, Sam Angima. Taylor, I saw one of the concerns being that there was some challenges to the EQIP 214 management plan. Do you feel like if this is funded, that's something we might request to understand what we are putting ourselves into?
Yeah, so, again, life, it's all full of uncertainty, and, they did not fail to develop an EQIP management plan. They failed to fully implement the plan. And so I think the entity that they're developing the plan with is different now and has a track record of success. And the operator has successfully implemented other conservation initiatives in partnership with NRCS, including a hoop house. And so, yeah, it is a concern. Whether or not it's a concern that would result in the commission deciding not to fund project is a bit up to you, but there wasn't a whole lot of detail in the application as to why it happened. Yeah.
Lois Loop, just with a question, isn't this the path that we would like to see our easements follow? In other words, an easement and a conservation management plan. And so this may be a good example, with the tweaks here and there, of what we would like to see advance even our current easement funding, followed by a management plan.
I don't want to, this is Taylor Larson for the record, I don't want to dodge the question, but I do think what you want to see is a question for the commission, and we could, make sure we document that in guidance and rule. But it would be a good example of a conservation management plan talking to a conservation easement and informing the management of the property as a whole. Yeah.
Nancy.
So this is Nancy Duncrack. I just have a clarifying question. Who is the easement holder and what's the relationship between the holder and the applicant?
So the holder is this is Taylor Larson. The holder is a nonprofit that is almost the same entity as the agricultural operator themselves. It's a nonprofit entity, and Robin could probably speak to the mechanics of this a little more intelligently than I can. But the applicant is the Watershed Council, so they would be the plan holder. The easement holder is the Branch Road Farm School. The landowner is an individual that does not live on the property, and the farmer is also it's Branch Road Farm. So there's the farm entity, the nonprofit entity that holds the easement, the landowner was elsewhere, and then the Watershed Council. Did I capture all of that well, Robin?
Yeah, I can answer other questions.
How long has the easement been in place?
I think because the easement is included in the application. It's been a while. I could look that up, and
that's all
while you're
right.
debating.
It's okay.
that.
We don't need to dive too deep into that part of it.
Any further questions on that project? And if not, I guess we could turn to discussion of the two projects and the funding recommendation.
And I'm throwing up the ranked list from the review team ranking here, and you can see the dollar amounts.
So maybe I just asked, do any commission members have concerns about either of these proposals that you'd like to address now? Ed
Contreras. You made the comment earlier, Bruce, about the management plan, the intent of a management plan, right, to be tailored to a certain property and to guide, management on the property. And so, by funding a plan that's more of a framework for other plans, kind of setting the precedent for that being something that this commission wants to fund and this program wants to support. And being the new guy here, I'm just curious about any thoughts about that.
Well, my view of it is, I think is that all this has reminded me there is some tension, and somebody alluded to it earlier today, the distinction between a capital C, capital M, P, and a little uncapitalized lowercase. And I think for the commission, we were not entirely clear, but the origins of this go back to the legislative proposal, where there was a strong interest among some of the proponents in providing a new avenue for funding people to do good stewardship long-term, not through the legal mechanism of a conservation easement, but through some sort of contractual agreement. And the history of that is a great idea that's been around a long time. And there has been a long-term struggle to figure out, this is our next agenda item, how do you value the services, the ecosystem services that you are paying people to provide? And what are the terms of that agreement? And how do we, particularly when we fund significant costs up front, what happens when the property changes ownership or the landowner changes their mind, or there are a whole host of questions. And I think the CMP, the plan element of that was just always viewed, well, that's kind of a necessary prerequisite to the conservation mechanism that's not an easement. But I don't think we got a lot further than that. And I don't know what other people's memory of this discussion was.
This is Lois Loop. My thought when we were discussing this when we were first going through this is that we have interest in easements. And as we've seen, lots of interest in easements. We have interest on the part of landowners who would like to see their property handled correctly, who have no interest in putting the ground in an easement. We would be more than glad to see that property handled according to a conservation management plan that would benefit both the ecosystem and the producer. And so this is one of the reasons why we decided to go ahead and set aside some money for conservation management plans, even though that person may never go into an easement situation.
Does that help you at all, Ed?
Yes.
Woody?
Woody Wolf. I'm just trying to remember back when we were doing this. I guess I would think inherently that a conservation management plan to be implemented, part of the development of the plan would be an intrinsic investment on the person who's responsible for implementing it. And I'm trying to remember where that distinction for the development of and the implementation of came out, if we made that or not.
And this is Lois. Can I answer that if I remember correctly? Which is always dubious.
Please.
But we have other organizations that are very talented and experienced in implementation of management plans. And so we wanted to open up the opportunity for a conservation management plan being developed and then being implemented by one of the agencies that handle that all the time.
Mr. Kramer.
Doug Kramer. I'm trying to reach back in my memory bank too, but as I recall, the sage grouse was a big issue at the time, and the ranchers there in Eastern Oregon were doing conservation management plans through NRCS, and it was through the Cattlemen's Association that they brought this concern to us, and we were trying to figure out a way to help facilitate and pay for some of those management plans for the sage grouse. And then the discussion got bigger and wider, and here we are today.
Sam?
Are we at the discussion stage or are we? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. No, I want to say that one thing I like about the two applicants is their willingness for outreach. And as Lois just stated, these items or management plans done in sections do improve on overall the ecosystem management systems that lower the water temperature and other things for fish and wildlife. And sometimes they are more effective than a big 7,000 acre piece of land that only does that in that area. So I just wanted to note that I appreciated that they're actively thinking about it and somehow plans to do outreach to their neighbors and also allow schools and other children from other areas just to see what the effect is. And I think that's the best we can do to promote this conservation.
Other points to be made, and I think you're right, Sam. You know, we didn't do a very good job of defining exactly what we were looking for. We got 2 very different ones. Be nice if we got 6 very different ones that were all great, and we could watch how they evolve and then say, well, this is what we really had in mind. But it is a start, I think. Yeah.
And this is Taylor Larson for the record. I did want to get back to Nancy's question. I looked it up. The easement for the Branch Road project's been in place since 2017. And just to say to your point, Bruce, as I mentioned kind of at the top, I think once we have a methodology in place for how we actually go about paying for the implementations of these plans, I think it'll help future applicants. I think we'd have a more narrow set of proposed activities if folks know what we're going to end up paying for.
Russell.
So on the Branch Fork project, it would be helpful to understand that in 2017 was the baseline condition. And based upon the implementation of conservation management, how has it changed and where do they want to take the project moving forward? Measuring progress, success, hurdles, and being able to move forward. That's practical utilization of a conservation management plan. And I hope we'll be able to get there, but I have no idea whether in the eyes of the manager, whether this property has improved or degraded based upon the management activities over time.
Taylor Larson for the record. So just to be clear, there hasn't been a conservation management plan in place up to this point. There was a forest management plan that was serving as the management plan for the easement.
Okay, so wording is important here. Baseline condition is unknown and change in the baseline condition over time is unknown. There's nothing that we can measure.
I would say that's probably pretty accurate. Yeah.
Perhaps through Google Map, maybe at best at a course level.
The final thing I would add is I think these are short-term projects, unlike permanent easements here. It might be useful as at the completion of the project, we ask them to come back and tell us, how did this work out? And how should we be thinking about these going forward? And I think it'd be useful to hear from the people working on the easement projects 2 years down the road, what their experience was like. But this one has maybe more short-term applications as well. Doug?
Doug Kramer, I'm interested in making a motion. Are you ready?
Yes, I am, unless there's further discussion.
I've got one question.
Is that Chad? Go ahead.
Yeah, Chad Allen here for the record. This might be for Taylor, but clarification on the first project. Is it my understanding that it's more designed as a research project for CMP in that area?
Yeah, this is Taylor Larson. Their work plan does include a lot of research that they justify in that it will lead to a suite of best management practices for these wet meadow agricultural ecosystems, and that would inform the development of these 2 CMPs. Does that answer your question, Chad? I can elaborate a little bit more if it's helpful.
Yeah, no, it does. I just I guess playing the devil's advocate, I kind of wonder how or whether to this grant application, whether this was the right place for applications that we're looking to do research.
Further discussion, questions? Lois.
I move that we fund both of these conservation management plan applications.
Second, Doug Kramer.
There's been a motion and a second. I'm not a Robert's Rules of Orders guy, so I'm sure Doug will correct me. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any opposed? Motion passes. I won't slam my hand on the table. That's the chairs.
I will.
Smaller achievement than.
There you go.
They're both on there.
Okay. Staff, are we ready for the next agenda item? And if so, Taylor, I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay. Yes, so this next agenda item is tied to the previous agenda item. So this is an update from staff's just information item on the conservation management plan implementation methodology. And so if you were to refer back to statute and rule, we have as a commission the authority to recommend grants for the development, implementation, and monitoring of conservation management plans. And back in 2019, we contracted, or the Royal We contracted with Highland Economics to complete a feasibility assessment for methodologies for valuing agricultural conservation management actions. This illuminated a suite of potential options for us, but wasn't a fully fleshed out methodology that would guide applicants on what it is and how it is we determine we pay for the implementation of these conservation management plans. So in 2022, we began working with Highland Economics to develop the actual methodology for how we go about paying for these CMPs. And Barbara Weiss and Travis Greenwald are going to present an update on the progress we've made thus far, and then hopefully tee off a discussion with the commission and get some feedback on the direction we take this kind of going forward. So that's all the intro I'm going to give, and I'm going to kick it over to Travis to kind of walk us through where we're at.
Thanks, Taylor. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me. Let me see. I want to share my screen. We have a few slides to go through, and hopefully everybody can see this. Okay. Taylor, can you see that in?
Yep, looking great.
Okay. So, as Taylor mentioned, my name is Travis Greenwald with Highland Economics. For some reason, it's showing up as Travis Greenwalk on the screen. I'm not sure why that is. But that's fine. So today I have a few slides to go over. First, a high-level review of the study on payment for conservation practices on Oregon ag lands. And then we'll get into the proposed methodology for a payment conservation practices. And I'll mention Barbara Wise, my business partner, has been doing the lion's share of the work for this project. But she should not be speaking right now because she just had surgery on her mouth yesterday. So I'm filling in for her on this. And if you have a really hard question for me, I may use that as an excuse, and we can get back to you later. But let's jump in. So the here we go. The objective of this project is to develop a methodology to value ecosystem services resulting from conservation practices on ag lands. And the goals listed here were developed by and in consultation with OAHP staff. And are specifically to have this methodology be easy and inexpensive to implement, transparent and easy to understand, provide certainty for landowners, be flexible and adaptable to diverse practices and types of farms, and have payments commensurate to the ecosystem benefits provided by the practice. So the information sources that we're relying on for this work include published literature relevant to ecosystem services, existing payment and conservation practice cost share methodologies and systems, and NRCS physical effects ratings for conservation practices, interviews with professionals across Oregon. And then I should also mention we've also looked at tools available for measuring and modeling field-specific monitoring tools such as OpenET and NTT and Comet. And but because of the variability with any given field, those tools weren't used directly for basing payments on or developing the payment methodology around. And for the interview process, we had the chance to interview 8 experts across the state. And this slide just paints a picture of some of the things that we heard. Nearly everyone that we interviewed mentioned the practice eligibility should be flexible and responsive to specific farm needs and consistent with NRCS practice definitions. Another common theme was that the focus should be on, there should be a focus on making this as easy as possible for the farmer or the rancher to participate in. And a few of the differing perspectives that we heard included whether or not payments should be allowed to exceed the cost of the practice being implemented, and if equipment would be or should be an eligible expense as part of this program, and whether monitoring of outcomes should be required given the time and money involved in monitoring. So other incentive programs, when we look at other incentive programs, nearly all payment schemes are not based on the benefits provided, but rather based on the cost of implementation. And the overhead and administrative costs of these other payment schemes is typically pretty high. A 2000 study indicated that overhead and administrative costs were 38% of conservation costs for NRCS. And it's also worth noting that several planned payment schemes that are based on benefits are still under development after years of planning due to the complexity around measuring and monitoring of benefits. And specifically, this would include the NRCS outcome tools, NTT water quality, and Comet. Comet Carbon, these programs have different outputs for a given site, depending on different cropping or other assumptions. So because of that variability, like I said earlier, we're not relying on these as a source for developing a payment scheme around. And many other state incentive programs pay the equivalent of NRCS cost share to compensate up to 100% of practice costs. And here's a few examples here from California, Delaware, and Virginia. All right, let's jump into the proposed methodology here. Some key considerations and effects on the methodology. So key consideration, following the objectives that we just went through in the previous slide, some key considerations for this program, such as aiming for biggest bang for the conservation buck, would have effects on the methodology of, the focus here would be on the most environmentally beneficial practices, and using the NRCS physical effects rating. So in a few slides, I'll go over what the proposed methodology is. But using this, the payment could be based on the value of the benefit. Another key consideration, spread the grant dollars across projects and regions. And there are economic considerations and legislative priorities around funding projects across the state, across different regions, and avoiding funding as a small number of high-cost projects. So for the methodology, the focus here would be on practices of avoiding funding practices with high-cost infrastructure or equipment, and focusing on practice implementation and not monitoring. As I mentioned, we heard from professionals across the state that the program should fill the gaps from other funding sources. And we have some more statistics on this specific to NRCS in a few slides. But for this consideration, in regard to the methodology, this would mean including practices with NRCS funding, but also keep it open so that applicants can identify and apply for practices that may have benefits at the at the local level. And then focus on public benefits. And long-term ag resiliency, particularly with potential legislature funding for the soil health component. So for this, there's two types of practice payment systems that are proposed. One is for, or the first type is for soil health practices, where the practice must benefit the soil health to qualify, with compensation based on public benefits, on other public benefits. And then any practice with substantial public environmental benefits would also fit under that second category. And then maximize transparency and fairness would be a key consideration. And for this, the methodology effect would be to include practices that are relevant to diverse farm types, crops, and regions, and provide the same payment for a given practice area across all operations. But again, keep that flexibility and empower the CMP team with the ability to fund unique projects that maybe don't fit into these categories. Okay, so this slide has some statistics on the funding and for specific to federal investment in conservation across the state of Oregon. Between 2017 and 2020, there were 71.4 million in EQIP funding and 85.7 in CSP, 14.8 million in Wetland Reserve Program payments. And then of course the OWEB grant applications for restoring watersheds and habitat. And one person that we interviewed mentioned that forest health and weed removal is a major component of NRCS funding, but not soil health. And she was spot on, as these stats show. Across that same time period, 99% of EQIP payments fit into these four categories here: forest stand improvement, irrigation infrastructure, fencing or other infrastructure, range planting, and weed treatment. So based on this data, 55% of practice payments from NRCS have benefits primarily related to carbon, and a third to nearly half have no substantial public benefit. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, the NRCS physical effects rating is one of the key data sources that we relied on for developing this methodology. NRCS has defined 167 conservation practices, and for each practice, they rate the physical effects between a -5 to a +5 across 47 types of physical effects. And this table here is the rating system that they use and the associated description for those scores. Conservation practices can have a wide range of physical effects, but we can generally classify the effects into these types. The public benefits here would include water quality, water quantity, habitat, carbon or greenhouse gas, and air quality. Whereas the private benefits would involve soil health, livestock production, and plant productivity. The focus for this methodology was on, and the focus for the feasibility study that Taylor mentioned earlier was on these 4 bolded benefit types under public benefits: the water quality, water quantity, habitat, and carbon. And we've followed that throughout the work here. The private benefits, or the soil health, would also be common to all benefits considered. And we narrowed these eligible practices here in this next slide. So if we look at the practices with 2 or more categories that have a 4 or higher rating from the NRCS list of 167, we find that, oh, I think this is, let me get the whole thing here. Find that there's 24 that have 2 or more public benefits with a score of 4 or higher. And that's identified in this table here. And the literature and these ratings indicate that the most environmentally valuable practices tend to be establishing permanent vegetative cover, minimizing soil disturbance, and establishing or enhancing habitat. Another 22 practices would have one public benefit type with a 4 or higher rating, and that's listed out here in this list on the bottom. So if we use that same concept to narrow, but we apply it to soil health benefits and a 4 or higher rating for water, habitat, and carbon, we find that there's 20 practices that would fit that filter, that category. And the ones in bold here would be in field practices that would have soil health benefits. Okay, so this matrix shows or describes what our proposed per acre payment system would look like. The letters here represent the economic values that would be associated with the public benefit. And these values are still being evaluated. So we don't have any draft values to present today, but rather just the structure of this proposed payment system. The proposed values then would of course be a next step in this project. But the concept here is that for eligible practices, the valuation would be based on these public benefits, and if the practice identified over on the left has a yes, it would you would add the relevant public benefits together to determine what the payment could be. So so for example, the pasture and hay planting would have a payment of Y plus Z, which would be the habitat plus the carbon values. And you know, you can follow that down through here. The riparian forest buffer then would have a scale there for the field border practice, where there's a potential where it would have a greater effect on the per acre of implementation. So the idea there is that planting that riparian forest buffer would apply to a different area, and this payment equation would account for that. And again, the matrix was, as we walked through those previous slides, these benefit areas were identified from the NRCS ratings and specific to the public benefits. So where you see a yes, that's where these practices would have received a 4 or higher score, and that's why they're identified as such, and that's how this matrix came to be. So then the CMP review team role would involve that site-specific review and the ability to evaluate these local, regional, statewide need for practice benefits. And the idea here is that the review team would have discretion and flexibility for local decision making and determine site-specific the appropriateness and effectiveness of the proposed practice, and then compare the level of benefits provided versus other proposed projects. So there's a lot of responsibility that's with this methodology that's being put on the CMP review team because of this idea of having values by practice across the entire state, which provides the simplicity and the flexibility that kind of fit in with those objectives that we started with. So I feel like I've talked for a while here. I'd like to open it up for comments on that proposed per acre payment methodology. And then we have some specific questions that we'd like to ask the commission, but I'll pause here for any comments or questions.
Okay, this is Doug Kramer, but what do we got for questions? Sam.
Sam and Gima, thanks for the presentation, and the metrics I think developed gives us a basis for thinking maybe beyond what we were thinking in 2018, 2019. One thing I wanted to ask to clarify, is this based on many studies or this based on NRCS?
This proposed methodology?
Yes.
It's mainly based on the NRCS, but the valuation, which we haven't quite, we don't have those values yet. That will be based on many other studies. And it also fits in line with what we heard in the interviews during that during our outreach activities. So we tried to, what the idea was to develop a methodology that fit the objectives of the program, taking into account the shareholder outreach, what we heard during the interviews, and largely utilizing the rating system that's employed by NRCS.
Lois.
Yeah, this is Lois Loop. I'm going to ask a really basic, simple question, so don't giggle. But so what we end up with is we end up with cost share or payment based upon not only the cost that went into the development, but also added to that the benefit to the public. Is that a simple way of putting this?
Yes, I think so. It kind of, and actually that gets at one of our questions, is if we want to cap these payments, so that we could cap it based on the total cost of the practice or some other measure. But yes, this would be based how we have it here, and it could be based on the public benefit associated with the practice, or depending on how it's capped, it could be based on the cost of the practice.
Okay, this is Lois again. So if we go back to your matrix, we've got two things we're taking into account. We're taking into account what we've worked through for public benefit, but we also have included the actual pragmatic cost of the practice. Is that correct?
Can I jump in, Travis or Doug?
Go ahead, Taylor.
So the payment methodology it's trying to calculate the public benefit, and the payment rates will be based on that. What we haven't really gotten to is some of those can end up quite high. And so do we want to implement a cap on a payment rate that may be tied to the cost to implement? But at this stage, the actual valuation of the practices are being valued on the public benefit.
Okay, so again, this is Lois. Okay, so right at the moment, what we're focused on is public benefit, which is what has never been, if I'm not mistaken, very rarely been taken into account when we're talking about conservation measures. So if we look at this, first, we're taking a look at the benefit to the public and what the value of that is, and then what is the implementation actual cost pragmatically will be also reviewed at a different time.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the goals for the conversation today, because depending on what, well, he's switching, but X, Y, and Z value are, like I was mentioning, those can add up to be quite high for some of the practices. And if we're trying to make the best use of public dollars, we may want to think about how developing a methodology for developing a cap on our payment per acre per practice, and whether we tie that to, the NRCS, cost calculation to cost to implement, or if it's tied to some other metric. That's something that we haven't totally fleshed out yet. We're working on developing what the value is, and then we'll think about, is that actually a reasonable investment to be making?
So Doug Kramer, I guess I'm a little confused. Are we talking about the limit of the cost per acre, or the limit on the cost per project?
Well, what we're talking about here is the limit and the cost per acre, basically per acre.
Okay. And Doug Kramer again, the only thing that concerns me there is I don't know for sure what projects or what practices are going to be the most expensive to implement. But I'm going to guess if we cap those payments, those are the management practices that are not going to get implemented. And depending on what they are, because right now I'm having a hard time envisioning what those would be, but potentially they could be some of the more effective management practices that could be implemented. So I guess until I see an example of what the expensive management practices are per acre versus the lower cost ones, it's hard for me to make a decision whether we would want to limit those or not.
Yeah, and Taylor Larson, I don't think we need to get to a decision on whether or not we want to limit those at this point in time, but more a discussion around what sort of methodology would we want to use to come up with that limit? Or do we want to not have a limit and just take the straight calculated ecosystem service value, even if it happens to be, you know, $8,000 an acre for that practice?
Right. Yeah. Bruce.
Maybe it's the time of the day, or maybe I'm just getting stupid here, but I'm struggling to understand how what we are talking about relates to existing farm bill programs that already pay people for these practices. Are we talking about adding on top of current farm bill program payments that are available for people?
So Taylor Larson, what we're talking, so the farm bill programs, EQIP, CSP, CREP, they pay for, well, EQIP, CSP, let's stick with, they pay cost share based on the cost to implement the practice. What we're talking about doing is tying our payments to the ecosystem service value of the practice, with the idea being that there are likely certain conservation practices that are underutilized because there's a mismatch between the cost share based on the cost to implement and the value provided to, you know, all of Oregon from that practice. So we could potentially be incentivizing the high impact practices by making payments that are based on the ecosystem service benefit.
And this is Bruce Taylor again, and that brings me back to that struggle that I alluded to earlier between where the benefits are long-term, but the costs are upfront capital costs. And we have always struggled with how do you value this on an annual basis unless people are willing to enter into long-term agreements or permanent agreements that sound like easements. How do you establish that payment and what are the contractual obligations of the parties? That's where it's always fallen apart for me. So
yeah, and Taylor Larson here again. It'd be great if Barbara were here. And so Travis, feel free to jump in. But all these NRCS conservation practices have an expected lifespan to them. And so the practice methodology payment would be based on, say, the practice has an expected lifespan of 20 years. Every year you have the practice in place, your payment would be based on, you know, 1/20th of the overall value of that practice, if that makes sense.
Okay. Russ.
So this has been very helpful.
Name.
Russ Hoflick. Travis, thank you. I'm trying to think about the practical implementation at scale. And I keep thinking about Woody and Wallowa County to ground, at least in my mind, in one example. And I'm curious how this would play out. I know that there is one carbon grassland easement up in that geography. And I think about the ecosystem service benefits associated with that and the obligation on the part of the participants to fix the grassland condition at a particular period of time and monitoring the improvement over time to justify the value payment that was made on that project. Are we talking about, give me other examples besides grassland easements that work at the scale I mean, I see that for ranchers as being a great benefit.
Mhm.
Beyond that, give us other tangible examples of how do you measure the measure effectiveness of projects over time.
Travis, do you want to take a swing at that? Otherwise I can jump in.
Sure. So the effectiveness of, so basically how I think I understood your question to be, if we look at this one, for example, no-till planting method, we show that that's public, the NRCS rating of 4+ is fits in with this water quality. So our plan for the valuation is to look at the literature, look at these other tools and see how they treat what the physical impact is of doing no-till seeding versus conventional planting, and then that change in water quality, we can, again, based on the literature and these other tools that are available, to develop a monetary value associated with that. That's what our next step will be. Did I answer your question on the how we would go about looking at the impact of this?
We're beginning to get there. I think we need to have a deeper conversation, but that's helpful.
Okay.
Ed
Contreras. This discussion is focused on NRCS practices, and I think a little bit of added context. I don't think we're trying to reinvent the wheel here, right? The figures that you showed earlier about how much money is going to be, has been spent on these practices is going to double with IRA funding. There's going to be way more money for a lot of these same practices are listed in the new climate smart mitigation activities list. And so there's going to be a ton of money for this type of these practices for implementation, right? And so if we're trying to partner and leverage existing investments rather than reinventing a program, then I think our focus should be on how do we incentivize producers to go and do those practices and secure that money through EQIP or through CSP. That's where I think our energy should be, rather than having a duplicative, payment structure.
Yeah, and my understanding is, just to tack onto that, the EQIP funding it covers roughly 50% of the cost. It varies a bit by region, but if the EQIP funding is 50%, a program like this could supply some of the remaining gap then that the producer would be responsible for.
Nathan
Jackson. It feels like we're kind of having the same conversation we had 5 years ago.
Yes.
And I think that, Travis, you and your group have made some progress on this, but I don't think you've made enough progress yet for us to have an informed conversation at this level about what are we going to do. I think the basic structure of this looks pretty decent, but until we have actual numbers that we can apply to that, because we don't know, is it $8,000 an acre and it's going to break the program, or is it $50 an acre and we can pay them all? And I think we're trying to come up with a rubric for how we go forward, and we still don't have the information that we need.
Lois.
This is Lois Loop. As Nathan said, this goes way back to when we were working on this whole project, because to put it down at the ground level, landowners are providing public benefits that have never been recognized pragmatically. You know, oh, great, you know, hey, you know, you've got open rangeland. Look what that does to, you know, to carbon sequestration. Gee, you know, you're going to no-till. That's going to really save. Okay, but they've never been actually a pat on the back. It's nice, but they've never really been recognized for the public benefit that is being created. And that's why we first started looking at this as a possibility of helping with carbon exchange, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to get back to the dreamland that we first decided needed to be looked into. And now we get to the pragmatism, and that just gets a little bit more complicated.
Sam.
Simon Gima, Travis, help me understand if the carbon sequestration, the water quantity, water quality aspects of this fiscal menu here as considerations for different agroecological zones and the climate that goes with them. So I'm looking, talking about proposed acre payment. Is 1 acre in rangeland in these parameters equal to 1 acre in Western Oregon? So that, you know, if somebody has 7,000 acres in range and one has 1,000, the payment is the same or is different, and this has been taken into account that they are not equal.
Yeah, good question. So there's trade-offs with if we were to do it more site specific, so more based on geography, that would require a lot more effort in determining the individual value for those different zones, and you would want to probably rely on measurement and monitoring, right, to get a really complete picture of that. What's being proposed here is, and it fits with the objectives and what we heard from the interviews, is a statewide value on the per acre payment, or the payment that this per acre value based on the benefit, but that the prioritization for the funding happens at the local level. So that's where the CMP review team comes into play. If the valuation is the same across the state on a per acre basis, it's the CMP review team who might determine that site specific appropriateness and the prioritization at the local level. That's the idea that's being proposed, but that was one of our questions. It's our first question, actually, for the commission. Does that fit with your vision of this program?
Nathan, are you going to address this question, or?
No, it's related, but I think we may even be looking at this incorrectly. Instead of water quantity per acre, why aren't we just looking at water quantity per CFS? Why aren't we looking at water quality per modeled temperature change or modeled dissolved oxygen increase? Why aren't we looking at the carbon sequestration? That probably works on a per acre kind of basis, but I don't think we're looking at these things necessarily through the correct lens. And it gets back to this: is an acre of rangeland in Harney County the same as an acre of forest land in the Willamette Valley?
Right.
Well, we can look at the value of water at a local level. But then tying that back to the conservation practice and the impact that that practice has on water quantity. That's where I think that's why we've presented it in terms of a per acre basis.
Yeah, and I guess this is Nathan Jackson again. I guess my understanding of when we decided to let this project out, it was to help us develop a methodology for valuing these, regardless of what else may or may not exist out there.
Russ, with all due respect, I think that this conversation is rooted in history, and our present context today is extraordinary commitment of Congress to be able to address the situation that we're in, and we would be well informed, I think, by a deeper conversation with the state office of NRCS as to the depth of resources that are going to be allocated for the particular. When you mentioned that farmers have not been compensated in the past, I think that was part of the anxiety that drove Congress and the president ultimately to pass an appropriation that is extraordinary from a historic perspective, and what that will mean for Oregon and our ability to be able to deliver to farmers and ranchers the resources they need will be something extraordinarily positive for us to be able to build upon. But the nature of the conversation and what occurred in 2018 versus what is actually happening on the ground in revenues coming to the state of Oregon in 2023 are going to be profoundly different. And the staff capacity to be able to work with farmers and ranchers and conservationists will be different as well.
Okay.
Taylor.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and say that Barbara has requested to speak a little bit. And so if Barbara, if you're there and you want to jump in, now would be a good time.
Thanks, Taylor. I just wanted to mention these questions about, I think we entered this, and the original work we did in 2019 was thinking that it was going to be much more focused on monitoring and measuring the outcomes at the field level, which I think several of you are asking questions about that. And that review that was previously done was very focused on what the tools are that are available to do that. And we came back with some sort of mixed, there's these tools available, and we can value economically the results from those tools. As we got into now about actually talking with the OAHP staff and thinking about how to put this into an actual methodology, we really switched directions. And so this is a bit of a turn, and part of the purpose of this presentation is to really explain to you why we think actually this methodology still captures the heart of wanting to compensate farmers for benefits and have it be a benefits-based system, but not actually trying to measure the field level benefits. And the literature that's out there, whether it be university extension or academic university professors or professionals at NRCS, if you look at the way that field level changes are measured, it's extremely variable. And so even for a given plot of land with a given crop over time, and so to have it be in some way consistent, and that people, when they're applying for funds, would be able to predict how much money that they would actually be eligible for. We think that doing it this way will actually, even without doing outcome-based monitoring and payments are tied with effects, that our total benefits produced for the public for a given level of cost will actually be maximized through a more simpler approach. Recognizing that some fields per acre may be overcompensated and some fields undercompensated by giving the same payment per acre, but rooting it in, on average, for any given practice, how effective is it at water quality or water quantity without actually doing the field specific measurement, and recognizing that the NRCS system and all the other literature, the relative effectiveness of these practices is fairly well established. And so if we, that's really kind of the reasoning behind this payment system. Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to give a little bit of an overview of why we moved away from a very outcome measurement focus.
Sam.
Yeah. Barbara, thank you for that background. The only thing, there are systems that have to function on a national scale. And we are trying to have our system function within the state. And that's why I think we are asking this many questions, because NRCS is a big organization. It has to have those standards. And my own reason for asking whether these factors we are considering are already incorporated in that fiscal effects model. If they are, that's very nice. If they are not, it will be very questionable.
Yeah, my understanding is that NRCS, like the slide that Travis presented on the where the payments are going now, that is indicating that NRCS is not prioritizing practices that have these 4 types of public benefits that we're trying to prioritize in this program. So most of the payments are going to, I think it was like 2/3 are going to that first bullet: forest stand improvement, brush management, and woody residue treatment. So we believe that by providing, so that the EQIP provides 50%, unless you're a historically underserved population, of the cost share of a practice. So if we're providing, if we cap it at the EQIP cost share, we'd be providing fully 100% of the cost of implementation. If we don't cap it, we could be providing even more than the cost of the practice. But we believe that that would then, for farm operators and ranchers, they could look at this and say, well, I could do a forest stand improvement and get 50% of the cost, or I could get fully 100% of my cost or more if I select one of the practices that's eligible for an OAHP payment. So it shifts the decision-making by providing a much higher payment. And I haven't heard from NRCS that the EQIP cost share is going to go any different with the additional funds, just that there will be more funds available for more implementation.
Russ.
So, Barbara, you're absolutely correct about the NRCS money going to the forest, the woodland portion of it. I wouldn't necessarily call it forest. We had in Oregon 900,000 acres of juniper, and the treatment of juniper, I think we're up around 6-7 million acres of juniper that has moved through the state, and trying to address that has been a priority of the farmers and ranchers and foresters and the NRCS program. And that has been documented both in its the effectiveness and the tools and the cost accounting to be able to do that, and what the benefits are to the hydrologic systems. So there's a lot to be gained from that, but I wouldn't diminish the significance of that investment.
That's a good point.
I guess this is Doug Kramer. On that issue, I was just thinking about that. How would we value juniper removal with your formula? There'd be some water savings. Don't know how to value that. There would be some bird habitat improvement. There would potentially be some big game detriment of habitat. How do you guys look at that?
if the microbiotic crust is not broken, significant gain to this ecosystem health and invasive species management over time. OWEB has a depth of history in that regard in terms of the costs and benefits, and so you have to look at the overall context of every single parcel that you're talking about. But don't, in Oregon, not breaking the microbiotic crust is critical to the overall benefit.
Well, and
Bruce.
I think there's also
And-
Bruce Taylor arguments for carbon storage benefits. One of my former colleagues used to say, it's like, you know, you can store carbon in junipers standing up there, but it's like storing your money in the bank below ground where it's safe versus storing it out on a plate in downtown Portland, where you may have a fire come through any day. There's, you know, longer term security for storage in the ground, and there's tremendous amount of carbon storage associated with perennial grass species there. But I'm beginning to understand what the approach we're talking about here sounds a lot to me like the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, where the state is providing an added incentive on top of a federal program to boost enrollment and implementation of a particular practice. So are we talking about something different from that? And that's been, you know, quite successful, I think. And with the kind of things you were talking about, Barbara, sometimes it works better, more effective than others, but on average, you know, I think the program has been probably pretty successful.
Barbara, can I jump in real quick? I think that's a decent comparison, Bruce, but with the key caveat that the CMP would be a relationship between the CMP holder and the operator of the farm. Not there wouldn't FSA, for as great as FSA is, would not be involved in the middle of that relationship. So in theory, it could be a lot more of a dynamic relationship. And we're also not talking about holding any kind of termed covenant on that, you know, on the acreage that is subject to the CMP. So there'd be less legal ramifications and rules around what you need and need not to do.
Oh, Woody.
Woody Wolf. Seems we're having a very broad conversation. It's a very complex topic, but right at the beginning, one of the goals was to create a simple way. So if you put that in the parameters as complexity increases and simple as a goal, the inverse relationship of the likelihood of missing the target by a greater amount increases. So if simple is the goal, we're probably going to have to accept that we're not going to be specific in hitting all of these metrics and just build a program that sort of hits the high points would be my thoughts on it.
Yeah, and I think Travis kind of alluded to it, you know, so we are lucky enough that we are a competitive granting program. So we can develop a methodology that is pretty high level, straightforward, easy for folks to understand. And then once it comes time to, you know, allocate our scarce resource, we can be comparing the strength of each potential conservation management plan against the other and be putting our you know, eggs in the in where we see that there's going to be the highest benefit. So we have that additional layer of scrutiny that we don't have to capture completely in the methodology because they're going to be subject to a competitive process.
Woody Wolf again, while maintaining a reasonable level of management. I mean, we have to develop a program that we have the resources to deal with, which is not a huge amount of people.
Taylor, I don't see any more questions from the commission.
That's great. Did we want to, Travis, ping them with the second two questions just to see if that generates any other thoughts?
Yeah, what, as I mentioned, we there's no qualifying practice for infrastructure or equipment, and just wanted to raise that question, or aquatic habitat or wetland creation. And so we wanted to ask if that's consistent with your vision for the project.
I could here. Ed Contreras.
Name.
Ed Contreras.
Thank you.
Twice. The categories that you showed earlier on the table, right? I mean, those were off the NRCS effects analysis, right? Those weren't, we didn't provide those. The commission didn't provide like the priorities. So I think, I mean, that's a good question, Travis. And I think, you know, there's a lot of different, you know, priorities, you know, resource priorities that we could identify. I don't think we've identified any of those. I think the spirit from what I gathered from this conversation and just the context is enhancing stewardship, right? Enhancing the ability of landowners to be able to, you know, manage their properties in the best way they can. And so I'm just trying to think about how we think about this program. And you know, we could compartmentalize and pick resource priorities. I don't think we're there yet, right? Yeah. I'm trying to answer your question here.
Yep. Yes, that's helpful. Thank you. And I think part of the reasoning here with the infrastructure, at least, is if the focus is on spreading funding across regions, that infrastructure can be really expensive and maybe concentrated in certain regions. So that was part of the logic here.
Bruce.
It's Bruce Taylor, and yeah, you know, infrastructure in general, I can see a rationale for that. I'm beginning to wonder if, you know, we need to be thinking more regionally, what kind of practices we want to emphasize where, because trying to say, here's 3 things that we want to fund statewide, that gets so generic as to not be entirely useful. And I think if we established priorities and then asked people to come to us with proposals for what they wanted to do, then we're not just in the realm of the abstract, we have something to work on. But it just strikes me that you know, what might be important in Tillamook might be very different from what's important in the Umpqua Valley or you know, Southeast Oregon rangelands. And until it's hard to envision us controlling enough money to make a significant impact much of anywhere, but you know, maybe if we at least established our priorities and waited to see what kind of money showed up.
Question.
Go ahead,
Lisa.
Russ.
Russ Hoflick. So Lisa, as we're having this conversation and getting to this depth, I'm wondering if there's a way to leverage the work of OWEB as it relates to the FIPS program, where you have worked very hard to identify priorities with a broad community around the state. And how does this program then leverage those efforts to be able to get greater on the ground input?
So what I hear you saying is using that as a conceptual model. Thank you. For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, Executive Director. As I was listening to this last part of the conversation and thinking about what you just said, Bruce, in terms of more regional basis, that actually makes a lot of sense to me in Oregon because of the diversity of Oregon agriculture, the diversity of our ecology, the diversity of our topography. There's very little in Oregon when you move across the state, east to west, north to south, that's the same. And so thinking about that in terms of some priorities, I think is a really good idea. The other thing that struck me, and this would be a very interesting conversation to have, is around some of the interest of the board around climate and the climate metrics that we're adding to all of our grant types. And we will be coming back to this commission at some point in the future, once we get through our other grant programs, for adding climate criteria into the granting program here. And so is there some nexus there that might make sense? The one thing that I've taken from the conversation, I think the initial intent, and I'm remembering back to some of the conversations on the outside at a very high level back when this program was conceptualized. I remember hearing Executive Director Lofsgardner talk about CREP Plus a lot. And that's sort of what I'm hearing in terms of a concept. It's that what might this body be able to incentivize on the plus side above whatever else to try and move these processes or practices across the state that provide the public benefit that we don't provide now.
And with that, this is Doug Kramer. And with that being said, I would look at that second question and go, I think the base funding from NRCS would pay for equipment and some of that kind of stuff. And we would be that plus on the top. And so we're not going to pay for anything in specific. We're going to pay for an outcome, and we're going to pay so much per whatever. Lois?
Okay,
Doug,
Lois.
I have a question after Lois, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay,
Thank
Lois,
you.
real quick, and I'm going to be very crass. If we're focusing on not only benefits, but we're focusing on what we're seeing that would be helpful to the environment, my gut feeling is there's money out there, because that's a concern across the nation. So looking at what is needed in specific areas as far as incentives for particular practices, I think would be a good idea. And then we make it known that this is going to be a benefit not only to the producer, but also to the public.
Yep. Okay, Laura, you're up.
So, two quick things. One is, as Lisa was, well, as many people have said, there's a lot of diversity across the state. And I think where programs like this take land out of production, I think we ought to be thoughtful about that, and potentially where land has higher value, pay more, especially if these types of programs are paid on a per acre basis. The other thing I would say is I have a little bit of heartburn about excluding, especially equipment where, especially in a situation like no-till, where they really are crucial to being able to implement that practice. So, I think you said, Doug, maybe NRCS pays for that, maybe they don't. I would just be a little bit cautious about leaving that off the list where it's critical to the producer being able to move forward with that practice. Thank you.
Just to clarify, the no-till would be an eligible practice, so the producer could receive a per acre payment on that, which in theory could pay for the equipment needed to do that. And I think just to reiterate, I think there's like 45 practices based on those slides right before the matrix that would be eligible practices. So there's quite a diversity of practices that would be eligible. And then, yeah, that's all I have to say, I guess.
Woody?
Woody Wolf. I was just wondering if we had decided or had to determine yet people who are already doing these practices, are they eligible to start receiving money? Are they excluded from, since they've already paid for their transition? I mean, no-till would be a huge one. Some people have been no-tilling for decades. So then they would be potentially penalized for all of the positive environmental effects that they've had if they were excluded. But if they weren't, it could be hugely costly to the program. So just a question if we'd made a determination on that or not.
I would love to kick this to Barbara if she's able, because I know we've talked about this.
Yeah, we asked the same question of the people that were interviewed at the beginning of the project, and there were very mixed views on this. And our thought on it is that they would be eligible, and that would be up to the review team to consider as they were comparing proposed applications.
And this is Taylor, just to follow up. And the rationale behind that, again, is that we're paying for the benefit, not the cost to implement. And so the benefit is continually provided, even if they've been doing it for years.
Woody Wolf, follow-up question. So then within where would that lie within the ranking process of, we have somebody that's asking for the money to create the benefit. So now we're going to have added benefit versus we have a limited amount of money and we're going to pay somebody to continue to do what they're probably going to continue to do anyway. Question.
You want to jump in, Lisa? Go for it.
For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, I think it's that criteria question that we dealt with this morning. It's how do you put it into the criteria? Do you weight criteria? Do you look at criteria and rank it equally across and et cetera? I mean, that would be part of thinking about that, I believe.
Yeah, and this is Taylor, just reiterating that. I mean, that's why we felt comfortable kind of pursuing the route of making payments, even if the practice has already been established, but the benefits are still being provided, because we will have a chance to weigh that against all other projects in any given year.
Lois.
This is Lois Loop again. Just a real quick response to one thing that Laura said. This is not for taking land out of production at all. This is land. And I think I heard her say something about she was not into taking land out of production. So maybe I misunderstood her statement, but this would not take land out of production. In fact, it incentivizes.
Okay. We're hitting the end of our time frame.
I might have one comment.
Yep.
Go ahead, Chad. Sorry.
Yeah, Chad Allen for the record. Good. Yeah, just on that one question about taking land out of production or not, I would say that like here the Tillamook area where we have so many rivers and streams, when you start looking at enhancing a riparian area, in essence, depending on the scale of the project, you in essence may be asking a landowner will be taking a certain amount of property that they may be currently cropping, and maybe some of the requirements, the 2H plus 10, they might be certainly losing some land out of production, but the value that they may receive and benefit, the ecological benefit payments might be more profitable than the alternative, I guess. So, at the same time, you take a piece of property that has poor drainage. They've done some things to try to improve that usable agricultural use of it, but it might be advantageous for them to develop a project that maybe the development or increased development of that wetland can be isolated in a way that it doesn't negatively impact the adjacent lands around it, but has a huge ecological benefit.
So I'm trying to get us to a place that we're gonna close this topic down. Taylor,
I hear
are
that.
you ready to take us home here?
I am. There is one question we didn't get to, and so maybe we can follow up with that. I think it'll feel more real once we establish some rates for potential practices, but I can just go ahead and say we've taken a look at some of those potential rates, and for some practices, they're quite high. So I think us thinking about how we would establish capping criteria is probably in the cards, and there are two approaches kind of laid out here. We don't have to spend too much time discussing them. But one is maybe we cap our payment per acre rate based on what would get the producer to 100% equip cost share. And another would be more along the CREP line where we tie our rate to the the FSA rental rate for that particular acre based on soils and potential productivity, the value of that land per year, or a combination of the two. So it's just a little bit of a philosophical question where we want to come down on that, but something to think about. So if anybody has burning thoughts, share them now. Otherwise, I would suggest we get to a break.
And when are we going to take this topic up again at our next meeting, or what's?
Yeah, I would suggest that. I think that would be a great thing to revisit at our June meeting.
Russ,
is there a conversation going on? I assume there is, between OWEB and the Oregon Global Warming Commission, who is advancing significant legislation.
For the record, Lisa Sharplow Hansen, there are significant conversations going on across the enterprise with the initiatives around working lands, et cetera. So those are ongoing. I think the nice part about June, we may have a sense of what's happening with the soil health bill at the time. We'll know what's happening with Senate Bill 530. Is that right? I'm looking to people that the working lands bill. So we should have getting a better sense of where that's going and if we're going to see some additional funding come in through that mechanism.
Back, everyone, people on the phone, those in the room. Taylor, is the staff ready to go?
You're looking at him, so yeah.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is Oregon State University's succession planning, and Taylor has the lead there to introduce our guests.
Great. So, this is item H in your board packet. And just a quick little background, you'll see in the staff report that we've referenced the statute that says, funding through this commission may include funding a succession planning program at Oregon State University Extension Service only if the university has presented the commission with the program proposal for review. So this is an initial information item to kind of kick off that conversation, provide a little context of what folks at OSU are kind of thinking as far as their succession planning efforts and facilitate dialogue going forward. So that's about it on that front. Here with me, we have Jeff Reimer. Did I pronounce that right?
Reimer.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. You almost just introduced yourself.
That's fine.
And Joe Hobson. We're going to be kind of walking us through their approach and specifically a position description they've been working on that's in draft form. And then hopefully facilitate a little bit of a discussion amongst the commission around where we're thinking. And it's been a long time since we've talked succession planning. So just wanted to make sure we had a little bit of a time on the agenda to do that. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Jeff and you can take it away. Oh, right.
I did have a little visual.
Let me pull that up.
Yeah, so my name is Jeff Reimer. I'm the department head and a professor of applied economics, College of Agricultural Sciences at Oregon State University. And I'll just talk a little bit about the need and kind of what we're thinking of here. So I think it should be, I would imagine everybody's kind of aware that farm and ranch succession planning is needed in Oregon. There's maybe a few things going on. There's a large amount of family farms and ranch operations are going to be turning over in the next 5-10 years, maybe even the majority potentially. There is tremendous population pressure on Oregon in terms of this is potentially a destination state as our earth changes and people are migrating into here. There's lots of pressure to convert farmland, ranchland potentially into housing or commercial activities. There's also a lot of investment money flowing around the world. There's a lot of people that view farmland and ranchland not as so much for farming and ranching, but more of an investment vehicle to hedge risk in their investment portfolios because it maybe its valuation is different than the stock market, for example. So, so I think there's a need for the vision that we have here is actually something that we have been providing in the past. So our department has been around in one form since 1933. We were called farm management, agricultural resource economics. We're currently called applied economics, but we have an agriculture focus primarily. So on the left of this image, if you look at that gentleman is Bart Eleveld, and he's an extension economist, and one of his activities of maybe 8 main things he did was to travel around Oregon and provide presentations about trying to help people understand what sort of questions they need to be asking as they think about how to transition their operation to a younger generation. Bart, however, has retired about 3 years ago. Our department has no one to do this sort of thing anymore. Our department is also unique, and we have Christy Brecken, who is had lawyer training. She's a JD and a Master's of Science in Ag and Resource Economics. She has actually written a book with Joe Hobson sitting next to me on farm succession, and so has tremendous expertise in that. And her job at OSU is basically she teaches a lot of law classes at OSU, all involving agricultural law, natural resource law to hundreds of students. But that's a full-time job. That's 100% teaching employment. She cannot respond to outside requests to basically provide something of a clearinghouse. So our vision for this position is someone that would, I would ask, if you haven't already, take a look at, there is a position description that should be in your notes regarding what we're thinking, but this would be an assistant professor of practice, an extension to be a farm succession specialist. And the idea is not to say, replace, they're not going to be a lawyer for individual families. They're not going to be supplementing people in the legal profession. They are going to be perhaps, I think of them as a clearinghouse in Oregon to develop materials for farm and ranch succession, to travel out to Oregon State University's extension offices in different counties, to present workshops on basically just help. A lot of times farm families don't even know the right question to ask, don't even know what kind of goals they might have. You know, they need to provide retirement income for the generation that's retiring, but they also need to be able to allow a new generation to take place. So developing these type of materials would be one of the major parts of this position. And I think at this point, I'll also I have one more slide here. So our vision for this farm succession professor of practice person would be to join a team that we have in the College of Agricultural Sciences that already has great expertise on the needs of Oregon farm and ranch families. This past year, we hired a fellow, Dan Bigelow and Tim Delbridge. They're both agricultural economists like me. And Dan specializes in farmland issues, farmland valuation, cash rents, and he's a resource in that regard. Tim basically helps farmers and ag and food businesses develop their basically financial plans and so forth. So our vision is for this person to not have a PhD, to not be an economist, but to have, say, a Juris Doctorate or a Master's of Laws, to someone extremely familiar with the ins and outs of succession planning, we would hope. And if you look in that position description, this person would have some years of experience in this area, and also be able to access other, so people very well established in the area, such as Joe and other lawyers with long experience in this area, to coordinate with these folks to be able to provide this program. So I think that's maybe what I'll say. And maybe
my turn.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for having us. I'm Joe Hobson. I'm a lawyer. I'm an agricultural lawyer, and that's a specialty, sub-specialty. There are only just a handful of us around. Kind of matches the demographic, if you know what I mean. But been doing this, as you can probably tell by looking at me, for a while. Coming up on my 50th year in the business. I've represented a broad cross-section of farms and ranches all across Oregon, and continue to do that to today. And some of you may know that I have been involved in all kinds of aspects of agricultural law, from labor law to water quality to Endangered Species Act to this and that and all over the place. And we've done a lot of things for farms and for farmers over the years, but all this wonderful stuff that we've done over the years, I realized several years ago that despite all that, and maybe in addition to all that, what the farmer and or the rancher was really interested in was, how am I going to pass this farm on to the next generation? And that was it. That was the most important thing to them. We're doing all these wonderful things for them, but that was really what they were looking for. And so I found my practice began to focus in on that 20, 30 years ago now. And that's pretty much what I do now, completely focused on succession planning. Succession planning from a lawyer's perspective, you know, we lawyers, we like to compartmentalize things, and we compartmentalize ourselves and our practices. And I'm somewhat unique because I'm more of the kind of the old style lawyer that kind of does what needs to be done when the client comes in the door, general practice. But my focus now is on succession planning, which is a combination, according to legal standards, of estate planning and business organizations, the two types of practice. And so what a farmer really needs in terms of figuring out what would be the best thing for them is a combination of those two things. And with a person who is an estate planner that understands business, and a person who's business organization type and understands estate planning. And the two have to work together in concert like a team. There's a third person that you want on the team, that's the CPA, and also the farmer. So it's kind of like a basketball game, if you will. You got a lot of people on the floor. They have to all understand where each of them understands where the other person is and what their job is. And you got your point guards, and you got your forwards, and you got your centers, and it's a game. And so that's what succession planning is from the legal community's point of view. It's a combination of all of those things. Arcane to the Dickens. I mean, some of the tax issues are just amazingly complicated. Some of the business organization issues are amazingly complicated, and try and make them work all together so it looks like you've got something flying in formation is the art of succession planning for farmers and ranchers. So arcane, maybe to the point of just kind of, most folks just kind of want to go screaming off into the night when they start to hear about some of the issues. And they really don't want to think about it, though they know, back to their point, to my first point, they know this is the most important thing. It's the most important thing to them. It's the most important thing to their families. And the thing is, these are all, as you all know, and people talk about how big these farms are now, and there are some of them huge, but they're still families. They're all family farms, despite the size. And it's all about the family and making this all work. So I've had the privilege of teaching Christie's a section of Christie's Ag Law course every year. Succession planning was the focus. And so I did a day on succession planning. And over the years, then she and I working together, I had put some notes together and we developed this book that has been published by OSU. And so kind of building on that and a few other things. And the idea, I think, has come up that really what we need is some way to get this information out to people. Not that there would be someone at OSU that could represent them to be their lawyer or anything like that. That's why we have lawyers out there. But basically, I think what we want to do is get that average farmer, average Oregon farmer rancher to be a more knowledgeable consumer. That's the goal. And a little bit of good information, maybe take a little bit of the esoteric nature out of it, make it a little bit more understandable. But basically, everyone that I've run into, they're hungry for this information and they don't know exactly where to go to get it. And what better place to go than Oregon State? So I think that's basically in a nutshell what we're talking about putting together here. And that would be a person who could begin to put this kind of a program together and develop this information and get it out to the average farmer and rancher so that they maybe, when they go to talk to the lawyer, talk to the CPA, they're a little more knowledgeable about what they're going to be talking about. And they've got a few of the ideas in their head and they kind of see maybe going ahead of time what it's going to be all about. When I started this, these many years ago, again, the lawyers break the clients down into generations. We do it in ag law succession planning. Okay, got Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3. When I started out, my parents were Gen 1. I grew up on a farm over in Ontario. I was Gen 2. Now the folks that I knew when I was starting as Gen 2 are now Gen 1. And it's on their shoulders now to get something done. And the statistics show that the average farmer in Oregon is well into their 60s now. And obviously needs to get something done. So I can speak personal experience that that's exactly what's happening because I see it on the other side of the table. Gen 1's gone. Gen 2 is now stepping up. They're now Gen 1. And we got Gen 2 and Gen 3 lined up out here. And what we want to be able to do is make it so that the farm can stay intact and it can go on to the next generation. And you do it in such a way that there's always going to be tension, there's always going to be problems, but you do it in such a way that you deal with those problems in a mechanical fashion. Everybody's taken care of, everybody gets what they have coming. And the most important thing is that at the end of the day, the family can get together for Thanksgiving. That's the goal. Okay, so that's farm succession planning in a nutshell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anything more you want to add here, Taylor? We'll open it up to questions.
No, not really. Just want to hold a little space for discussion.
So if I could ask first question, Bruce Taylor. So at this stage, and I know we're early in the how do you envision funding this? Through a direct request to the legislature, through the university system budget processes, through the Oregon Ag Heritage Program, which has no money as of right now? Again?
That's a good question. I don't necessarily, that's a little bit above my pay grade actually, in terms of, so I would be the supervisor for this person. But yeah, through the Oregon legislature, I think would be ideally the way it would go. We have various ways of trying to get faculty hires such as this, but I don't know if Sam would be willing to, he's would know more.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff, Sam and Gima. Because of the provision in this commission for that to be an option. I think that's why Jeff is here, to see what outcome can come out. I have to be sincere and say the legislature, you have seen how many bills came on this year. And if we keep delaying this request for the next biennium, and 2025, 27 is coming, our farmers get older. They are 60 now, they will be 62 in the next biennium. So this presentation was essential to let you know we are ready if there are resources anywhere from here or legislature or grants to have this position on board. And just to add on that, one thing that Jeff didn't mention, he mentioned by passing, is that the College of Ag Sciences is actually well poised to do this right now, because we have been organized into up to 36 working groups representing nearly every, well, not all commodities, but represented by most of the commodities we have. So we have a working group for berries, we have a working group for livestock, for grass seed, alfalfa, you name them. So these working groups are all over the state, and this person has a network through which we can effectively reach more people faster than any other organization organized around the state. And because our mission is education, this person will be leading that curriculum, development, collaboration, partnership, private and public, to make sure that this happens. So what we need really for this position is a salary and OPE and a small S&S. And we'll raise the other partnership money to make sure this happens across the state. So I just want to state that we are open to all avenues, this one being one of them. Bruce.
Other questions or comments? Russell?
Russ Hoflick, thank you for the presentation. And I feel the tension that there's an urgency to being able to get to the scale of the problem that we have out here, and to inform and support as many families as possible. And you're on the edge of, you think about the power of the coalitions of where there's need, but you haven't even addressed the forest, the working forest landowners. And if you add that into as a component, I begin to see a ability to be able to finally get the legislature to listen to the full scope that is out there now. More statistics would be helpful for us to be able to tell the story. There is pushback from the legislature, from some legislators, as to who the beneficiaries will be in the future. We have a challenge as a body to be able to define our role as a state, to be able to have people who can support the needs of the world to be able to produce the maximum benefit from what we have here in the state. But we need more statistics as to the threat and who are what is the next generation of farmers going to look like, is really the question.
Yeah, I could provide statistics. I have data up through 2017. I don't have it with me, but could update it and send it to your group.
Woody?
Woody Wolf, did you have a cost estimate of what this, would it be just one person, just adding a full-time person to extension plus travel? I mean, did you have any sort of this is what we would need an annual commitment for, no matter who provided it?
Yeah, roughly $150,000. So about 100,000 we were targeting for a salary for someone with, say, 10 years of experience and with a JD. And then, I mean, that might be the upper range, I don't know. But then with the benefits that go along, that's another 45,000. And then, yeah, there would be travel budget too. That budget might be, I'm not quite sure how all that would shake out, but something like that's what we've been, 150 to 160,000 maybe per year.
Yeah, just to add, we did a cost estimate before before going to the legislative session. So those positions range between 180 and 200, depending on what the actual cost, because they're university costs that are hidden from the salary. And when they put them up, they do go up. So it's the minimum is around 180.
Okay.
Others? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Doug, it's back in your hands. We're close to the schedule.
Okay, so now we're looking at what we're going to be doing for the next 6 to 12 months. As I've prepped you guys a little bit, I think we need to appoint 2 subcommittees from this commission. One of them to look into the application process and make any changes to the application process as we see fit. And the other one is what I call process, which is basically looking at how our administrative rules are being read, interpreted, and the reviewers are implementing that. So let's start with the application process. Nancy, I was gonna appoint you from the commission. I was hoping we could get at least Kelly from the land trust group. Do we want 2 commission?
I think we can have 2 commissioners.
Okay,
It would probably be good to have a land manager type person to think about connecting the questions and the criteria to the actual on-farm.
does anybody want to volunteer before I call a name? Nathan? That's what happens when you delay.
Nathan Jackson, for the record, I will take this opportunity, Mr. Chairman, to say that I did jot down a note here about the application process around cultural resources. And as the tribal interest representative on this commission, I note that there is no mention of cultural resources anywhere in any of our program. And that's a pretty important thing that we need to make sure that we are addressing. So thank you for the appointment. I appreciate it.
I'd like to have one more land trust person on there too. I don't know. Nellie's here, but it don't have to be her if she doesn't want to be.
Is that gonna get her showing up?
It was gonna happen with you.
I'd be happy to, if you want.
Okay. There we go. We got 4 people on that. The process, part of it. This point in time from the commission, I got Russ and I got Woody. Taylor, I don't know who else. Do we want a land trust person on this process? One or 2? And I'm not including staff. Staff gets to assign yourselves to whatever committee is
This
appropriate.
is Robin, we'll be doing the work anyways.
Yes, we will.
But can you just clarify for folks what you mean by the process? I think that might be helpful as we think about who might be.
So I wrote the note down, but I'm not sure I'm smart enough to find my note because I messed around with all my paperwork. But basically it was looking at the administrative process and the review, how we were reviewing the applicant, the application. And For example, I got, one of the concerns we heard today was the timing of the electronic submissions. That's something I would think that committee would at least discuss a little bit.
Can I jump in right there real quick?
Sure.
Because that's an OWEB system, I would recommend maybe Barbara would be the appropriate commissioner to appoint that if she's willing.
Okay. Barbara, are you listening yet? Hopefully not.
Any other?
Yeah, Barbara.
Are you volunteering Barbara for something? She's right here with me.
Yeah, it's already too late. She's already been appointed.
Fabulous.
Good. I gotta try and read my notes, but the possibility of weighting the criteria to take care of some of the issues we discussed in the conservation easement process, the necessity of outreach for the conservation easement versus conservation management plans. And
so make sure I'm hearing this right. So basically what you're talking about is creating a committee to assist with us developing guidance. So we have one committee focused on the application itself and the other focused on developing guidance to inform both the application process, but also the review of those applications and how the evaluation criteria will be interpreted.
thank you. I didn't know the appropriate term, but it sounds like guidance is the correct one, but Lisa's gonna jump in and correct me if I'm wrong.
For the record, Lisa Hanson, Executive Director. The other thing I think is this committee works through it would be identifying if there are places in the current administrative rules where things have shifted from where they were in 2017 to where they are today. That's not an immediate fix, because if we're going to get another solicitation out this fall, hoping we get money for another grant award next spring, it's going to take a little longer than that. But I think we do need to start thinking about what we have in the rules. Does it fit for where we're at? Just asking the questions. There may not be any changes. There may be some.
I guess there's going to be.
And we know that we will need to do rulemaking to add climate criteria to these rules as well, as we're doing with all of the other grant programs at OWEB. This one's a little different because of the commission and separate set of rules. So it's on a little different timeline. And so that gives us, we could hopefully bring the two together in one full rulemaking would be my hope.
Do it all at one time. Bruce?
Yeah, I was going to speak to that because I've been on the Climate Rules Advisory Committee for OWEB to bring the perspective of the Agricultural Heritage Commission. And my understanding was the hope was that maybe we didn't have to rewrite separate rules, but could operate under the OWEB adopted rules. We'll see how that works. But I think it gets to the point that we may have, I think, I need to look at the criteria again. I think there's enough room in there through the guidance process. We can start to incorporate things like cultural resources, maybe without even having rule changes. There's some fairly broad things about community and social and cultural other values besides ecological values there. The climate stuff fits right in to all the categories that we're talking about. It's just another lens for looking at these things. So if we could get started on that now, because the next offering being, actually, we need guidance by August, right?
Yep.
July.
Oh, there we go.
Well, we could talk about that right now. We have a proposal for the timing for the next round of solicitation and associated commission meetings. But I want you to finish the advisory committee conversation first.
I think I'm done. We may add some additional committee members as we see fit, but I think we got a good start on it. So let's,
Doug,
I'm sorry.
Doug- Oh, sorry, Doug, may I just ask one question?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Laura Masterson. I do have to leave the meeting, but I wanted to offer that I would be willing to help or sit on the advisory committee to help with the guidance and the applications.
Guidance part. We will add your name. Thank you.
Thank you.
As much as I appreciate it, I do think that the people who are representing the applicants in the land trust community, who really are seeing the nuts and bolts of the applicants and the struggles and the clarity, that we'd significantly benefit from their presence in that second committee that you're discussing.
They are going to be on it. I just don't have names right now, but yes.
I was thinking of these two.
I already put them on the first one.
Well, I was talking about the skill set for the second one.
Yes. And I do want two stakeholders from, you know, whether it's SWCDs or land trusts to be on that committee. And between staff and the land trust, you guys can figure it out.
Mr. Chairman, I think Bruce has a list of mothers that you might want to reference.
It's possible. Okay, Taylor.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Doug. So there is some uncertainty around future funding of this program, but I think it is in all of our best interest to proceed as if funding is going to be available, because if it becomes available, we're going to want to hit the ground running. And so we'll know about whether or not the program is funded by the end of June. I forget the exact date. The 26th, but a couple days before that. Anyway, I'm all quoted, so I can't say don't quote me, but so what we've done here is propose a solicitation schedule for the upcoming round of grants, and we're proposing opening all 4 grant programs in the coming year, pending funding. We're proposing splitting them into 2 separate offerings. So opening up the conservation and easement grant solicitation this July. And then you see we would have it open for 6 months, close it at the end of September, have our commission meeting to make our funding recommendation in March, to then aim for that April board meeting to make those funding awards. The benefits of this timeline compared to how we've done it this year is that you'll see that having the project solicitation closed at the end of September gives us a window of decent weather to do site visits, which was quite a logistical challenge this year for staff and reviewers to get to all of the sites. And we were just we were challenged with some snowy weather. So that's a big reason why we're aiming to kick it off this soon, after the funding is awarded and not pushing it off into the winter. The other 3 grant programs don't necessarily require site visits, and all require a little bit more. I think we want to give ourselves time and space to fully develop these. As you can see from the earlier discussion around the methodology development, that's going to need further work before it's ready to go. And I think the conservation management plan grants would benefit from a fully fleshed out methodology in place by the time folks are working on applications, even if they're only for development CMP grants. So the other curveball in here that is not in the staff report is that I'm expecting my first child and at the end of May. So I will be out for a couple months following that. So I think we want to take this piece by piece. Depending on if I would ask for a motion here to adopt a solicitation cycle from the commission. If we end up adopting this solicitation schedule, we'll have a second discussion around future commission meetings to align with that and the need to do rule updates and whatnot. So just pause there for discussion.
Do we have a motion by Nathan? Second
Second.
by Lois. Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the meeting schedule?
Yes, sir. This,
Oh, Nathan.
Mr. Roberts.
You're right. Just a minute. Oh.
had a question, I guess, to begin with. How does this relate to the issue which we have not even talked about, adopting a spending plan for money that we don't have? Do we really want to offer grant offerings in all these categories in the coming biennium?
This is Taylor for the record. So I'm proposing that we as a commission meet on June 26th to develop a spending plan with the idea that we'll know by that time if we have money, but applicants can be preparing themselves to be, creating space to write applications and do the project development legwork it takes to be ready to go by July 15th.
Okay, so this could be a tentative schedule for.
It's all tentative pending funding.
Thank you.
But this wasn't part of the motion.
This is a second motion.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay.
So the first motion is for the solicitation schedule.
Right.
Prepping for it.
Okay, more discussion?
Yes,
Nathan?
Nathan Jackson, when we let this current solicitation out, there was much discussion about lining up with other funders' cycles. Does this schedule do that?
This schedule does it at least as well, if not better, than our previous schedule. Moves.
That does not sound like a yes.
It's how do I answer this? It's a little unclear what the best cycle would be. I think you're probably referring to NRCS ASAP AL. So it's kind of a chicken and the egg situation where, I mean, they're open from, they're on February, usually, right?
It's here, honestly, it's been changing.
Right.
Year by year.
Oh,
It's hard to pick.
Yeah.
That works. So this,
Which is, yeah. Learn.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Russ.
Question. Thank you, Russ Hoflick. The soil health funding, is that going to be added to this obligation to disseminate resources to our group? As we.
For the record, I think it's too soon to know. The intent is that some of it would come here. There's a legislative process still ahead. And as you know, what goes in is not always what comes out on the other side. And so we'll know more at the end of the legislative session in terms of what's available.
and this is Taylor Larson for the record. And part of the calculus of pushing off the CMP solicitation was to give us a little bit of space to understand what the implications of that funding might be.
Thank you.
Further questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Got lots of yeses on that one. Motion passes.
Okay, so given that adopted potential solicitation schedule, staff have proposed a future commission set of meeting dates. And this is independent of the advisory committees Doug was establishing earlier. So that's, we'll deal with that at a certain, in the future, a very near future. So what we're proposing, as I mentioned, is as soon as possible after the legislative session closes, we have a commission meeting to review application updates that that committee has worked on in conjunction with staff, and develop a spending plan recommendation for the upcoming grant cycle. So the soonest we could do that was June 26th. We could obviously move that around a few days. I would welcome folks to pull out their calendars if they wanted to. And while you're doing that, I'll just talk through the next three proposed meetings. We are proposing one in August, one in September, and one in October to do the rulemaking, to incorporate those climate criteria into our rules and to make any adjustments to our administrative rules we see fit, given this process and anything that comes out of those committees. And then because we had adopted the previous solicitation schedule, we would need to have a meeting in March in order to make funding recommendations for the easement and covenant grants. And then we would need another meeting in June to make our funding recommendations for the CMP grants, the succession planning grants, and the TA grants. So that's staff's proposal for a meeting, formal full commission meeting schedule for the next year, and would welcome discussion and thoughts on that.
So this is Doug Kramer. Question on that, September 26th. Is September 20th, June 26th, I'm sorry. Is that the sine die date?
I think the sine die date's a few days before that, but
okay,
I'm not sure.
I'm not a big fan of a meeting on a Monday, but up to you guys. I'd rather push it off to the 27th, but any other comments? Sam?
On the schedule for September and August, you have opened a portal from July 15 to September for people to apply for the easements. Will any of the rules be affecting whatever they are applying for?
So this is Taylor. No, there's not enough time to get new rules in place by July. It just wouldn't be possible because we make a rule change recommendations to the board, and then the board has to formally adopt those. And so this would be targeting a January 24 board meeting to get those rules adopted. So all of the grant programs would go one more time through with the existing rules with hopefully updated guidance, set of guidance. Lisa.
I do have something for consideration and I need to ask staff this question. We just have a proposal going forward for 7 acquisition projects, along with a very aggressive schedule in terms of solicitation and rulemaking. And there are some other obligations that you mentioned, Taylor, in there. Are we being realistic in terms of what we can accomplish reasonably and keep everything going in the time frame that we talked about for the work that we're proposing to have funded?
I could take a swing at it.
This is Robin. I think that depends on how the process with the advisory committees play out. I think that's a great consideration to bring up. Staff has been throughout this solicitation working on trying to address some of the interpretation issues, the application, making adjustments to that. So we've been doing a lot of the legwork to date. And I think it's if we can get commitment from our advisory committees to recognize that this is on top of an additional staff load, I think we can do it. And that work has to happen before the next solicitation. So I wouldn't want to push that back any further. And in terms of timing, we put a lot of thought into the workload as well. And so I think that the timing for the solicitation and how it will play out for review is balanced the best we can with the workload that will come after whatever funding recommendation comes from the board.
And so then specifically to the rulemaking, is a January adoption too soon? We know it's not going to apply if we receive funding for this next solicitation. We'd be a following solicitation. Could we move that rulemaking timeline out potentially a little bit?
And this is Taylor. Yes, we 100% could, given that if we were to keep this solicitation cycle going forward, we wouldn't need those rules in place much before July of the following year. So we could target an April board meeting or something like that.
Lisa.
Okay, Bruce first and then Sam.
Bruce Taylor, first the question, is it a foregone conclusion that we need to do rulemaking? And second, a comment, I would hope that we could accommodate most of the changes, if not all, through massage of the guidance. Spending rulemaking, we all know how fun that is. Both for us, but the amount of staff time that gets swallowed up by just the bureaucratic treadmill. It's not my favorite investment of program resources.
Sam.
Sam, Lisa, do we get biennial funding or we get annual funding? Because that can help with developing and giving those grants.
Yeah. Thank you for that question. My presumption is it will be biennial funding. I mean, if it comes in a normal allocation for us into our budget, that would be for the biennium.
So we can divide it twice. No.
Yes, I mean, that's one of the decisions we could think about is how do you split up the funding over that biennial cycle? There's another question for, I think, the group to consider at some point is, do you consider a cap on what people can ask for in terms of for each project and the desire to spread it around? I mean, those are questions that these groups are going to have to deal with. But I would, if we get funding, I would plan for biennial funding.
And this is Taylor, sorry, Nathan, but just to answer Bruce's question, I do think we're going to have to do rulemaking for the climate criteria. Our rule set is, and statutory language is all independent of the OAB statutory set and their rule set. So if it's going to be, if our grant programs are going to be subject to those evaluation criteria, we need to get them into our rules somehow.
Nathan
Jackson, I think those rulemaking work sessions, I think those were potentially good placeholder dates, but I think we need to be very willing to shift those around to whatever makes the most sense, especially since, August and September, 1st of October, pretty big farming months. and so that's a little difficult. The other thing is the format of those. I know that staff is stretched thin as it is. I think there is a lot lost not having a group around a table where you can see each other.
Woody Wolf, just on a personal note, June and July are my worst 2 months. I will be least likely to be a productive participant during those 2 months.
Yeah, we kind of expected as much. I mean, that's why we made them virtual, and we were pushing to get this done as soon as possible. But as we mentioned, if we're willing to push it off a little bit further out, we could look at having those meetings, over the winter, if we're just trying to have them in the rules in place before the next round of project solicitation.
Motion. Please.
Move to adopt the recommended schedule.
Thank you, Nate. That was Nathan. Second by Sam. Okay, any further discussion on the meeting schedule presented? Taylor.
Just taking in Nathan and Woody's comments, do we want to just go ahead and not adopt the 3 rulemaking meetings and just put those off, and we can go ahead and just send out a doodle poll to everybody and try and get some dates on the calendar for this winter?
Is anybody opposed to that?
Discussion. I'll prefer we have a date that we can put in a calendar.
Yeah.
The pushing also makes others not be able to attend. I would like to know if it's March 16, July 16, 16 separate.
Yeah. Well, we could also try and do that. I just am hesitant about adopting dates that we know we're going to change.
Lisa.
I agree on the rulemaking. If we could do the other key dates, and then we'll work around the rulemaking schedule. It's a separate committee that doesn't have everybody in it. That would probably be a better choice for us in terms of managing the staff resources that we have and the time that we have to get things done, to get another solicitation out.
And this is Taylor. In the past, the whole commission has participated in the rulemaking, so that's probably something that should be discussed as to what the makeup of that rulemaking committee ought to be.
Bruce,
Taylor, just briefly, the rulemaking around the climate rule, I mean, the current draft is all of about 3 sentences. This is not, and don't ask me how many hours we spent talking about those 3 sentences, but it is, I think it's broadly enough written that we should not struggle with it too much. It's the kind of thing that we can probably say, we can do something like this and address it in guidance.
okay. We're going to go ahead with consensus saying we're going to take out those 3 rulemaking sessions and staff will come back to us on when we're going to set those. So we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion of the meeting schedule minus those 3. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed, same sign.
I oppose that, but it's okay.
Does that mean you're opposed? Okay, meeting, vote is in the affirmative. We got it set. Thank you.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Sure.
In the format, in the timeline, we had formats. I heard that there was some preference towards in-person. Is that a preference of the entire committee that we try and make these in-person meetings?
Nathan Jackson, I don't think that we should have them only in person. And it may be that an in-person option doesn't work at all. And if, as Bruce says, this is a very simple 3-sentence rule. Yeah, I think it's a assess it as it comes and then let's make a decision kind of situation.
And this is Taylor. What about the June meeting where we're going to adopt the spending plan and review the application updates? We made that virtual because it's.
You guys are going to give us a spreadsheet with some dates on it. We're going to say, yep.
Maybe. Okay. Any further comments? Lisa, Taylor,
If we're close.
we're close.
We're close. I would say thank you. Thank you for a great day. Thank you for your time and commitment in evaluating the applications and really putting critical thinking into how they applied to the criteria, as well as how best to move this program forward and the intentions of the founders and the writers of the program in terms of thinking about it in that statewide perspective. With that additional overlay, I think it's been an incredibly productive day, and I look forward to the opportunities that come, hopefully with additional funding as we continue to keep the momentum going, because it's clear there's interest. I think it's clear that there's need, and this program fits a niche that we haven't had at OWEB previously.
And I want to thank everybody for putting up with me. You know, I think the meeting went really well, and thank you all for following the rules we put forth, and feels really good to finally make the full circle. Or adjourn.